Good to see everybody this morning. I call us back to order this morning for our third day of tribal assembly. Our tribal hostess has asked for a word. Millie, are you available?
Can you read my lips, Rick?
That's a dangerous question.
Good morning, everyone. Oh my God, I feel like I have permagrin the last several days. Seeing you all speak, hear your concerns, your comments. The reports have been absolutely fabulous. I just wish we could all be there in person. Today, I'm wishing each and every one of you good luck in the seats that you're running for. The youth, oh my goodness, the youth just wiped me off my feet. What a bright future we have before us. So again, good morning, good morning, good morning. I love each and every one of you. Have a wonderful, wonderful day. And Mr. Peterson, thanks for this beautiful, beautiful hat. I feel the love, I feel the power, I feel the graciousness, everything that this hat resembles, I can feel it. Cheesh, thank you. Have a great day, everyone. Thanks.
Cheesh, we'll start our day with our words of the day. I'm going to turn over for the Hodkill word of the day.
Today's Hodkill word of the day is hungas, to be happy, pleased, or honored with something. Dangnes an die hungalgan. I'm honored with your presence. Hungas, hungas, hungas. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to turn to Jacqueline Peda for our Tlingit word of the day.
Can I share my screen by any chance? Would that be helpful? Otherwise, I'll just do it. Thank you. There we go. So since you already know Kus.een, I thought I'd add a word to it so we have a full sentence. And so our word of the day is Kus.een yagach tutlat. So if you could say with me, Kus.een, Kus.een yagach tutlat, lot. Kus.een yagach tutlat. We will succeed together. Goodness, cheesh.
Cheesh, Hawa for those words of the day. The minutes from yesterday should have been. We had to have some technical glitches, right? All right. So we had our minutes sent out from yesterday. If there's a motion to adopt unanimous consent.
So moved, Mr. President. Paulette Marino, Sitka delegate.
Thank you, Paulette. So it's been moved for unanimous consent to adopt yesterday's minutes. Hearing no objection. Thank you. And with that, I turn over the chair to our elections chair, Ms. Jan Peel. Good luck, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, we will start our go through some of the things that we need to do for elections. You must have by now your card. This one will be needed today. You use your Simply Voting card with your elector ID and your password. Said caucuses will be if you want a caucus, it must be requested. And please remember to raise your hand with the little reaction button on the bottom of your screen. If you do not use the bottom reaction button, you will not be recognized. Said, we are going to do a mock election right now. We are now ready to go into the elections for president.
You had my name under.
Please remember to use the button on the bottom. This is ballot 1. You should all be logged into your Simply Voting. Ballot 1, President candidate Tasha Hotch and Richard J. Peterson. So please go into your Simply Voting and cast your ballot. We have tallied the votes, and I will read the results. Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska 2022 certification of election for president. Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska Election Committee hereby certifies that the records reflected on the Simply Voting electronic voting report are accurate. That all delegates have been furnished one ballot for each position via an elector ID and password to the Simply Voting application, and that all ballots and persons voting online are certified. We further certify the accuracy of the election tally sheet and declare the election by majority vote for the position of president. Total ballots cast 111. Majority needed 56. We have seated Richard Peterson as president. Mr. President. Let me see, Tasha.
Thank you, Chair Peel, for the privilege to address the delegates. I'd like to thank those that voted for me. I appreciate the support. I'd like to congratulate Richard. When I called him in January to let him know that I'd be running for president, I let him know that I was running on my education and experience and not against him. And I think it's good for us to challenge each other to do more. I have a lot of respect for Richard and look forward to his continued leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Tasha. Paulette, name and community, please.
Madam Chair, if this is the appropriate place, Paulette M. Marino Sitka, I so move and ask unanimous consent to accept the tally and certification of the election committee for the position of president of the Central Council Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair declares that the results are final, and the chair declares Richard Peterson as a seated president. So there is no motion needed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And congratulations to Mr. President Peterson. And thank you, Mrs. Tasha, for putting your name in. Goodness, sheesh.
President Peterson.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I think I did the same thing and bumped that button on the headphones. Madam Chair, delegates, Eesh, it is with the just greatest honor that I accept this, and thank you all. I want to thank Tasha for putting herself forward. I agree that these are not our seats. And so we should all feel comfortable to put ourselves forward and run. And our delegates have that power to elect. And I just thank everybody. And I look forward to another term working with the executive council to move our tribe forward. I really truly believe that our people are the best in the world, and we need to give them every opportunity to be the best versions of themselves. And I think the tribe can be the catalyst to do that. And I thank you all for this opportunity. And again, Cheesh Hawa.
Thank you and congratulations, Mr. President.
If you'll indulge me, I'm gonna go hug my mother.
Okay.
Madam Chairman, James Jack from Juneau.
Okay, Mr. Jack.
Madam Chairman. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Did you find that little reaction button at the bottom of your screen?
Apparently mine doesn't work because I raised my hand right after you announced the.
Okay, all right.
But anyhow, I asked you a question earlier before we started the election about making a motion to accept the teller's report. And I think that in the past we had done that. So I was wondering if we could get clarification on that process from the parliamentarian.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, before I go to Mr. Hope, I would like to state that yes, we will take a motion to accept the report as was asked by Paulette.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chairman, James Jack from Juneau, I second that motion.
Okay, it has been moved by Paulette and seconded by James Jack to accept the president election report. Questions been called? All in favor, say aye.
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 All,
Aye.
all opposed, nay. Motion has been accepted. Thank you. We are now ready for the first ballot of vice president. Remember to vote for no more than 6. You will need to get back into your Simply Voting. And if you have any problems, please give us a call. Whenever you're ready, staff. And just as a reminder to all of the delegates, when we do have a caucus room, only the delegates are allowed in. You must be a delegate to get into the caucus room. So here is ballot 1. Vice President candidates are William Micklin, Rob Sanderson Jr., Tasha Hotch, Clinton E. Cook, Karen Luth Elliott, Jacqueline Pata, Catherine Edwards, Joe Williams Jr., Delbert Kadake, Karen A. Taug. You will vote for no more than 6. We'll now proceed with the election. Oh, there's a hand up. Jessica?
I was just seeking clarification if our youth ambassador has been seated with us as for our local chapter to sit with the Seattle chapter. Are they allowed to join and witness the breakout sessions? Thank you.
The rules state that you have to be a delegate in order to go into the caucus room. So I believe that would be a no. They will sit out here with the election committee.
Okay, can I have another point of clarification? Because I have a follow-up question.
Okay.
When we are at Tribal Assembly in person, our youth ambassador has a chance to participate and just listen. They don't get a vote. They don't get a say in what happens in the caucusing. They are there to witness. I'm hoping that we can get that same sort of thing for us while we are online. I think that it is very important for our youth to be able to bear witness and to see the process in action. Thank you.
Yes. Now, when we are in person, there's other than sitting on him, there's nothing we can do to stop it. Because this is new, because this is something that we have not had to do before, there were rules that were set up. And one of the rules state, in order to enter into the caucus room, you must be a delegate. I'm sorry about that. Okay. Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska, 2022 certification of election for vice president. The Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska Election Committee hereby certifies that the records reflected on the Simply Voting electronic report are accurate and that all delegates have been furnished one ballot for each position via an elector ID and password to the Simply Voting application, and that all ballots and persons voting online are certified. Go ahead. We further certify the accuracy of the electronic tally sheet and declare the election by majority vote for the position of vice president. Total ballots cast, 114, majority needed, 58. We have not seated a vice president this round. We will be going to ballot 2 in about 5 minutes. Do I have a motion to accept this current ballot?
Madam Chair,
Joey?
Paulette Marino, Sitka.
I
Make a
had-
mo-
I had called on Joey.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Please excuse me.
Thank you. Unanimous consent has been called for ballot 2. Any objections? Jerry?
Are they asking me or no? Madam Chair,
Yes.
are we going by the numbers of today or the 116 to go our ballots? I thought we had 111 this morning.
We had 111 ballots cast. 114. And needed would be 58.
58. Okay, thanks.
Mhm. Okay, unanimous consent had been asked for. Bill?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the percentages, it should be based on a number of delegates, and it seems like it's based on a number of votes cast, total number of votes cast. So it should be based on a number of delegates voting.
Correct.
Can you
Hold on
change that? to 60?
just a second.
The standing rules of order provide that a majority is of the quorum present voting. So the number of votes cast, a majority of the number of votes cast are what is required to seat a vice president.
Madam Chair, I was just talking about the percentages, not the number of votes that each person got, but the percentages next to the number of votes received. It shows some of them, like with 50 some votes got 14%, and it really was more than that. So I think the number of votes that a person receives should be based on the number of delegates that cast votes, not the number of votes cast. Since we're voting for 6, that will increase the number of votes cast instead of taking into consideration that the number of votes received from a delegate.
Point of information, Madam Chair.
Yes, I have Paul Marks.
And it's 50 plus 1, correct? 50% plus 1?
Majority, yes, majority. James Jack?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Could we see the results again, please?
Okay. Doug Chilton?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There was a vote for, or a motion for unanimous consent because there's a discussion on it. It now becomes a regular motion that requires a second. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did I second the motion?
Thank you. Okay, it's been seconded. Oops, I'm muted. I'm sorry. Questions been called. All in favor, say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Thank you. Ballot 2 has been accepted. We will now go in a couple of minutes. We will go into ballot 3. Levy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is it written somewhere that we have to vote for 6?
No, no more than 6.
Thank you.
Yes. James?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Are we going to be able to go into the breakout rooms again?
If you so request, yes.
request a breakout room for Juno, please.
Okay, breakout room has been requested for Juno.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Paulette Moreno Sitka, I request a breakout room for small villages. Thank you.
Breakout room has been requested for small villages. Jessica,
Thank you, Madam Chair. I request a breakout room for Seattle. Thank you.
Seattle has a breakout room. Jerry,
Yes, breakout room for Sitka. I think Paulette still has her hand up. Oh, she brought it down.
okay. Sitka has a breakout room. Okay, the breakout rooms are being set up.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
this is Charmaine Ramos. I would like a breakout room for Anchorage, please.
Anchorage room.
Yes, thank you.
Charmaine,
Yes,
at the bottom of your screen, there's the thing that says reactions. If you click on that and go to raise your hand, then your face and your little block go right up into the corner. Thank you.
thank you.
That's the only way that I can recognize you. If somebody speaks without raising their hand like that, I can't see it.
Thank you. My apologies.
We're still waiting on the breakout rooms.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
This is Sam Grubitz from Communications. I've created Seattle, Sitka, Juneau, Small Village, and Anchorage rooms, and they're ready upon your word to open.
Okay, please open.
All right, the rooms are now open.
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, where on the screen do we go? I'm looking. I got it the first time.
Pardon me.
It is the breakout rooms.
They're not open yet.
I'm gonna pardon me. I'm gonna have to redo them real quick. I apologize.
Okay, that's fine. The breakout rooms would be for 5 minutes. Once he gets them up. Bill?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you put the results of the last ballot up while we're in our breakup room? Thank you.
Okay. Jessica?
I would like to call for a women's caucus.
Okay. Women's caucus has been called for. Take a few minutes and we will get there. Thank you guys for being so patient.
I just would like to confirm that the breakout rooms are Women's, Juneau, Sitka, Small Village, Seattle, and Anchorage.
Yes.
All right, the breakout rooms are ready and I'll open them now.
Okay, breakout rooms are ready. 5 minutes. Julie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to request an extension in regards to the current breakout sessions. I would like another 15 minutes since candidates weren't able to speak or in regards to other breakout rooms.
Okay, 15 minutes has been requested. Any objection? Hearing none, 15 minutes. James?
Thank you. Joey did what I was going to do. Thank you.
All right, 15 minutes.
All right, everyone, I'm opening the rooms now.
Thank you. We're back in order. We will now get ready for ballot number 2 for Vice President. James?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. In the past, I don't remember what exactly the ruling was, but there had been some kind of account that would eliminate the lowest vote getter. Could you refresh our memories on that, please?
Yes, it is below 10. So if you get 9 votes, you would automatically be, your name would be taken off the list.
Thank you.
So we are ready to do ballot 2. Vote for no more than 6. We're ready. Jack, you have your hand up again? Jack? Okay, this is ballot 2. Vice President candidates would be Will Micklin, Rob Sanderson Jr., Tasha Hotch, Clinton E. Cook, Karen Luth Elliott, Jacqueline Pata, Catherine Edwards, Joe Williams Jr., Delbert Kadake, Karen A. Taug. You will vote for no more than 6. So go ahead and go to your simply voting. James, you have your hand up? James, did you forget to put your hand down? Thank you. Susan?
I had to call IT because I couldn't vote in the second vote. And then he saved me in simply voting, but now I don't see the ballot. And so I need to call IT, but I can't find my phone. So I was going to see if somebody could call me. Oh, I found it just now. It was under my simply voting card. Thank you.
Okay. Does anyone need any assistance? Has anyone not voted? Has anyone not voted?
This is Sue. I still can't get on, so I haven't voted.
Okay.
Yeah, John, this is Delbert there. I haven't voted either. So
yes, Vashti.
Hi, Jen. Just want to make sure it still says ballot 2, even though it's a third ballot. That's okay.
Yes, this is ballot 2 for vice president, and you can vote up to 6. Somebody needs to be muted. Okay. Susan and Delbert, have you finished your voting?
No, Daniel Evans is trying to get in touch with me because I'm having a problem. And he's texting me or emailing me. Oh no, he's on chat. Anyway, I'm gonna need his help before I can cast my vote.
All right. Jessica.
Madam Chair, I know that for my simply voting, when I hit the home button, it refreshed the ballot. And it made it easier for you to be able to see the new ballot when it would pop up.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Paulette?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question through the chair respectfully to our Grand President Emeritus, Ed Thomas. Was the voting always done this way based on the number of delegates, you know, per community, or was it ever a representation from the village, then a representation from at the large? I'm just wondering through the chair, and I know that we're waiting for results right now, but has voting always been done the way that we're currently doing it for information?
Okay, you were putting the question up for the Emeritus President?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, we've always had a majority vote for vice presidents. Is that what the question is?
I believe so.
No, Madam Chair, the question was, have we ever split to where there were like 3 small community representations and, like, say, for example, 3 at-large community, or has it always been allocated by the number in the community, such as Seattle having, you know, the highest number of votes, or Juneau or so forth? Has voting always been the way that it is now? Thank you.
Yes, it's always been this way, but what has changed is the number of tribal citizens it takes to represent one delegate. That has changed over time. In the early days, it was one delegate for every 100 votes, 100 citizens or fractions thereof in the community. And that has changed to, I don't know what it is now.
I believe it's 200.
Something like that.
Okay. Okay. Has anyone not voted? Has anyone not voted? Third time, has anyone not voted? Seeing no hands, ballots are closed. We will go, election committee will go into our breakout room.
Hello, Madam President.
Okay. Election is back. Since Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska 2022 certification of election for vice president. This is the second ballot. The Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska Election Committee hereby certifies that the records reflected on the Simply Voting electronic voting report are accurate, that all delegates have been furnished one ballot for each position via an elector ID and password to the Simply Voting application, and that all ballots and persons voting online are certified. We further certify the accuracy of the electronic tally and declare the election by majority vote for the position of vice president. Total ballots cast 111, majority needed 56. We have seated Jackie Pata as vice president, first vice president.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Paulette Marino, Sitka delegate. I make a motion that we accept the second tally and certification of the election committee for the position of first vice president of Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska.
It's been moved. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second has been called.
Question?
Question's been called. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. I got it.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Those against, nay. Ayes have it. Jackie Pata has now been seated as the first vice president.
Madam Chair?
Lovey, yes.
Oh, no, it was me, Jack. I'm sorry.
I just want to say thank you, Madam Chair, for your patience while we're doing this. You're doing a great job. And it's not about your relative or your friend or anything else. It's who will represent us the best and who will carry forward for us, for our children, our grandchildren, and bring us to the point where we want to be. Thank you.
Chair?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I raised my hand because I was following policy and procedure that we established, that we raise our hand when we want to make a motion or if we want a second. But
Yes.
I apologize, but I also would like to request that we take time to be able to caucus.
Okay. Seattle has called for a caucus. Yafine?
Thank you. That's what I was going to ask. Thank you.
Okay. Jackie?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank everybody who supported me, and I want to let you know that I will do my best to serve you and represent you well, and feel free to call me or contact me anytime. And I look forward to supporting the other candidates as we move forward in this, through this election. Thank you. Ganesh Cheesh, Hawa.
Thank you, Jackie. Nathan?
Nathan Lopez, Petersburg delegate. I'd like to call a caucus for the villages and small towns.
Villages and Small Town Caucus. Patricia?
Patricia Delegate from Seattle, Washington Caucus. I wanted to call upon a women's caucus.
Women's Caucus has been called for. Charmaine?
Hello, I would like a breakout room for Anchorage to caucus, please.
Anchorage Caucus has been called for.
Thank you.
Ken? Ken?
Ken Sutherland, Gino, request a breakout room for Gino as well. Thank you.
Juneau Caucus has been called for. Okay, caucus rooms will be opened. Once they are opened, you have 5 minutes.
To confirm, I have created a Seattle of villages and small towns, women's, Anchorage, and Juneau breakout rooms.
And I believe Sitka.
I'm adding Sitka and I will open them right now.
5 minutes. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
request 15 minutes.
15 minutes has been requested. Thank you.
Thank you.
James Jack.
Yeah, I was going to request an extension of the time. Thank you.
Okay. Daphne, did you mean to put your hand down? Paulette?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Paulette Moreno, Sitka delegate. I did not hear Sitka request a caucus on this round.
I did.
Oh, did you? Okay,
Yes.
thank you, Madam Chair.
The rooms are now open.
Rooms are open. You have 5 minutes. Excuse me, 15. We will return 11:45.
And thank you, Madam Chairman. I don't see the breakout rooms on my.
Okay, when you look at the bottom of your screen, right next door to the reactions, it says breakout rooms.
It didn't show up on mine.
You may have to exit if you're in full screen. That helped out someone earlier.
Thank you.
I'm Madam Chair, I'm having a hard time too, but I'm trying to navigate this here, so thank you.
Okay. James, did you mean to put your hand down? Sandra? Sandra, you're muted.
I didn't get a break. Oh, I just got it. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Jack, I can assign you a room if you'd like.
Yeah, thank you. I'm trying to get into the Juneau room.
All right, I'm moving you to Juneau right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to get into Juneau. This is Leona Santiago.
All right, moving you now.
Could I also get in a room, please?
Yes, who's speaking?
Vashti Demmert Gustafson,
And which room would you like?
Seattle, please.
All right.
This is Paula Peterson. Can I get put in the small villages?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
And Vashti, you said to Seattle?
Yes, please.
All right. Cass, I'm moving you to Sitka. Looks like you might have found it.
Hello, this is Sam. Can I get put in Seattle? Sam Hanley.
Hi, Sam. We'll move you over.
All right, thank you.
Ha-tu-ye-yati. It is within us. It's within us to heal and to be strong.
Wellness Court is a therapeutic kind of court program that focuses on an individual's healing and what kind of got them to the place that they're at.
It allows youth, troubled youth, and adults who are ready to make changes in their lives with respect to their mental health, or if they have a substance abuse issue, that allows them to start walking on a different path.
With Indigenous folks, we have intergenerational trauma that goes back like through relatives and the way that people have been brought up, and it just kind of continues to go on and on and on. And if it's left untreated and nobody ever really experiences that healing, it's just the way you live.
I marvel at people that are surviving and being successful because they've all experienced the same thing I've experienced, and probably even far greater.
To be able to face whatever traumas that our people went through and that we've gone through personally.
It eats you up inside. If you don't tell your story, it's going to eat you up inside and it's going to come out somehow.
But Wellness Court through Tlingit and Haida has a different component. The component is culturally sensitive to the unique community of the natives here in Southeast Alaska.
Another reason why I think Wellness Court is a great opportunity, because you have that peer involvement. So in court, it's not like standing in front of a judge. We're literally in a circle around each other, supporting each other, clapping and giving praise when people are experiencing a period of sobriety.
It gives them the wraparound services they will need, because typically when you're looking at someone who may have these types of things going on in their life, there isn't really just one answer that fixes all the problems. They might need some mental health evaluations and addressing those through group therapy or individual therapy. There might be something going on with the family, so maybe the family may need to be brought in. There might be some substance abuse. There might be both of those things. There could be a variety of things.
One thing that's important to know about Wellness Court is you do have to have a history of or are currently experiencing some sort of substance misuse, whether it be alcohol, opioids.
Because when you're in Wellness Court, you'll be participating and addressing your alcohol dependency if that's your issue, your depression if that's your issue, because there are times where depression and alcohol go hand in hand. But there's ways to tie you.
We are back in order. Hold on just a minute. Thank you for waiting. We are ready now for Ballot 3. And you will be voting for no more than 5. So Ballot 3 is ready. Please go to Simply Voting. and cast your vote. Okay, I'm back. Finished my voting. Does anyone need any help? We're all getting so good, no one needs any help. All right. Whoops. Susan, go ahead.
Yes, oh, hi. Oh, IT just called me, so I'll get them to
Okay.
help me. All right. I haven't voted yet, though.
Okay.
All right.
Delbert, you're muted.
All right, sorry, I haven't voted yet either, Jen.
Okay, did you need some help?
Yeah, I was looking for that simply voting there because it disappears every time there, and
Double click on it.
gotta find it first. Oh,
So
there we go
you
now.
need to exit the screen you're in right now. There's a little escape button right up on top. And you'll come to your desk. What is it called? Anyway, it'll have your Simply Voting icon. Can you find it? He must be looking, Paulette.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Paulette Marino Sitka. A little shortcut that I found is exactly what you're mentioning, Madam Chair. On the right-hand corner, right below the X for close, there's something called View. There's a little thing with 3 dots and a square that it says View. If you click View and you exit full screen, then it'll go half screen and you'll be able to see your desktop and then bring up Simply Voting.
Thank you.
But that's a shortcut. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, has anyone not voted? Has anyone not voted? Paulette, is your hand still up? Third time. Has anyone not voted? Seeing no hands, ballot is closed. Election committee, we will go into our breakout room. We have the results. Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska 2022 certification of election for Vice President, ballot number 3. The Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska Election Committee hereby certifies that the records reflected on the Simply Voting electronic voting report are accurate, that all delegates have been furnished 1 ballot for each position via an elector ID and password to the Simply Voting application, and that all ballots and persons voting online are certified. We further certify the accuracy of the electronic tally sheet and declare the election by majority vote for the position of Vice President. Total ballots cast were 109. Majority needed of 55. Ballot 3 did not seat a Vice President. Need a motion to accept the report.
Ben Cornell, June
Albert.
delegation.
Albert,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Albert Howard, Endgame delegation. I move to accept the report
thank you.
for ballot 3.
It's been moved to accept the report. Paulette,
Paulette Marino Sitka delegate, second.
it's been moved and seconded. Joy,
Question.
question's been called. All in favor, say aye.
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 All,
Aye.
all opposed, nay. Tally report has been accepted. We did not seat a vice president at this time. We will go into ballot number 4. James Jack.
Yeah, Juno requests a room for 10 minutes, please. Breakout room.
Okay, caucus 10 minutes for Juno. Yaan.
Thank you. Seattle, the same.
Seattle caucus. Nathan.
Petersburg, Nathan Lopez, Petersburg delegate. Same for villages, small towns.
Okay. Small villages. Nathan. Okay, caucus has been called for. The rooms will be ready in a few.
To confirm, I've created Juneau, Seattle, and villages and small towns.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
may we have a room for Anchorage, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
Charmaine, remember to please give your name and your community so that other people who don't know you can put a face to your voice.
Thank you, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you.
Charmaine Ramos, Anchorage delegate.
Thank you. Luella.
This is Luella Knapp, Wrangell delegate. I wanted to see if you could put up the vote numbers on the third vote so we could see those.
They'll be put up.
Thank you.
With your approval, I will open up these rooms.
Yes, please.
The rooms are now
Rooms
open.
are, thank you. Rooms are open, 10 minutes.
There is no Zoom. I mean, no caucus.
Hi, Leona.
Yeah.
If you, the caucus rooms have been opened. If you want us to move you into a particular caucus room, we can do that.
Juno, thank you.
Okay.
Sheesh.
Mm-hmm. Oops, wrong one.
You back to the community to help supplement what messages you're receiving or the treatment that you're receiving when you're getting your clinical treatment.
We all have trauma. Everybody does. And so if you're really truly wanting to heal, the power is within you. You have to face whatever it is you're going through. For a lot of the people that we would be helping, that would mean putting substances aside. You have to have a sober mind to be able to do that healing for yourself.
It's okay. Don't give up on yourself. Don't, you aren't that drug. You aren't that alcohol. You aren't that gang of guys and girls that tell you, you're one of us. It's not who you are.
It's going to take some work. It's going to take dedication, but this is the first step of trying to assist in getting some healing going, because that's really what it is. It's community healing, because when you help out the individuals, it spreads out. and the community benefits from that, and healthy communities also results in healthy people.
Yiguay Juan. Just all of you, be brave and have courage to be able to face those things.
Okay. Okay, the voting closed. And we are ready to go into ballot 4. Vote is simply voting and cast your vote. James?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Somehow I lost my icon for the simply voting. I don't know where it's at. I found the icon, but it doesn't get me to the balloting. It says a leader in the 2021 Gartner Magic Quadrant for Meeting Solution. How come I got that?
I have no idea what you're looking at.
Yeah.
So you can't find your simply voting?
No, I can't. I got the icon and I hit the icon that I hit before, and it takes me to a totally different page.
Okay, maybe.
Someone's calling from.
Okay.
Yeah. Hello.
Mute.
Yeah, I don't know where the heck I lost.
Jack, I can hear you. Jack. Okay, I see you, Juliana. I was trying to get Jack off. Go ahead, Juliana.
Jack, over into the chat room, Stephanie Nyan. She has been very helpful. She has placed in the link so that you can click on there if you're listening. Gunishish.
Thank you.
Oh.
Is everybody? So I believe we're just waiting on Jack. We're just waiting to give everybody a chance to do their voting.
Yeah, I think my stomach is starting to talk more than my vocal cords are right now. I'm wondering if it would be out of order to try and have a quick lunch break.
Food?
Nah. I want some nah. Yeah.
We
food,
can
what's
put that out right now. I would like to get this current ballot finished, and then we'll decide if you or someone else can duke it out, whether we want to take a break or continue. Okay, I believe we were waiting on Jack. Jack, have you voted?
Madam Chair, are you talking
Yes.
about James? Oh.
Yes, Madam Chair, but I got assistance from Garcia, so I voted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Has anyone not voted? Has anyone not voted? Third time. Has anyone not voted? Seeing no hands, I close ballot 4. Election committee will go into our breakout room.
Oh, not quite done yet.
Jerry? Jessica, it's one of your cousins, Louise. I just wanted to say it's always so nice to see your smiling face.
Hi, Louise. I know I was like, I see her name pop up, but I haven't had a chance to see her yet.
I I had eye surgery, so nobody wants to see me right now.
Oh my goodness. Did it go okay?
Yeah, it went great.
Oh, wonderful.
Welcome, Louise.
Thank you. I've been voting all morning.
Oh, good.
Yay. You know what I miss most about not being in person is not getting a chance to see each and every one of you in person and like give you guys hugs and take our selfies. I miss taking our selfies.
Hey,
I'm
we
looking
can all
at you,
smile on
Paulette.
this. We can all smile on the Zoom for you.
I'm looking at you, Leona. You and I always get a selfie too.
Go like this, sir. Go ahead.
Hurry, take it.
That was cute.
There he is. Can you
know.
do that again, Morgan?
I don't trust you, Paulette.
I don't have the camera. I can't take a picture of the whole screen. I was going to try to do that, but that's okay. Thank you.
Okay, everybody smile.
Wheezy, this is Uncle James. Hope you're doing better. Love you.
I am doing better. Thank you so much. Love you.
And Jerry, Hope, I want to know what you're going to do with those other the extra 3 minutes you asked for lunch.
She's the first vice
Grace
president.
period. That'd be a grace period.
Grace period. Yeah, I miss all of us getting a chance to like go to each other's community and purchase our raffle tickets and support each other. I miss that. I miss being able to support the different communities by purchasing those raffle tickets and always waiting and hoping that I get called and that my name gets shouted out. Yeah. But it's all good. We're keeping each other safe. We're keeping our villages safe.
Election committee has returned. Call to order. Our report is as follows. Excuse me. Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska 2022 certification of election for Vice President, ballot number 4. The Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska Election Committee hereby certifies that the records reflected in the Simply Voting electronic voting report are accurate, that all delegates have been furnished one ballot for each position via an elector ID and password to the Simply Voting application, and that all ballots and persons voting online are certified. We further certify the accuracy of the electronic tally sheet and declare the election by majority vote for the position of Vice President. Total ballots cast, 107. Majority needed, 54. We have seated second Vice President Rob A. Sanderson Jr., third Vice President Catherine Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Albert Howard and Goon Delegate move to accept ballot results for number 4.
Thank you. It
So
has
the
been
travel arrow.
moved. It has been moved by Howard
Might have done
to
it without you guys.
Karen.
Hi. First of all, I am going to drop out. Is that how you say that? Withdraw from the candidacy. And I want to thank Emeritus Ed Thomas for all of his support. And I want to thank the delegates and the citizen. This is a really good experience. I know I could keep going here, but however, you know, Seattle's always been known for, oh, we're big and they want 2 candidates in there, but that's not really true. The rest is for the others, and we get 1 Seattle in there, and I am going to withdraw at this time. How
Thank you.
goodness, cheese for everything and everyone's vote, everyone's support. You know, I did get up to 35. And so I thank every single one of you. How goodness, cheese.
Thank you, Karen. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. I need a second.
Madam Chair, Jessica,
Yes,
Seattle Delegate, I second.
thank you. It's been moved and seconded.
Question.
Question's been called. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We have seated second and third vice president, and the motion to accept has been brought forward. Thank you. Cher?
Madam,
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just following our rules of election, raising my hand 2 seconds. Sorry.
Thank you. Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Joe. Yes, Joe. You're muted.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to run for this position of vice president. I still think it's very important that I continue to run because I do and live and represent a small community. I want you folks to know that when I call a meeting, we receive 100% in attendance. I'm not sure
Thank you.
that there's community that can say that. And the reason I can say that is because I'm the only one that's there. So with that, I just want to thank those who have supported me in the past. And I think that we're on a good track here. But those of you who are elected, please keep in mind that my song and dance is not ending with getting the land for the landless. What has been done for the past 50 years obviously is not working. You need to do something that's different that may work. And I pray for that you folks come across that. So with that, Madam Chairman, I respectfully step down and appreciate those who have supported me.
Thank you, Joe.
Cheese.
And for the delegates who don't know, when you receive less than 10, it is an automatic withdrawal. So, Joe, we thank you. Catherine?
Hawa, Madam Chair, I just want to say Ganesh Chish and Hawa to all of my supporters and to all those people to all the candidates who ran. This is not an easy process for us to have to go through. And I appreciate everyone who stepped up and who wanted to step into this leadership role. It takes a lot, and I appreciate your votes and your support. Ganesh Hawa.
Thank you, Catherine. Rob?
yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Could you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you for recognizing me. First of all, I'd like to thank, as always, my local community council, Kus.een, we're a tight group. We keep our word. And secondly, I want to thank the delegation. This is not an easy process. I know everybody gets, a bit nervous. I've been able to control that over the years, but it's never easy. But I want to thank our delegation for putting the trust back into me. And I have talked to several delegates here in Juneau about reporting out and about paying more attention to local issues that are near and dear to the delegates in the areas in which they live. So that's something that I'm going to pledge to do is, and I think we all can do that, is make sure that we report out and, not drift off. We are doing our jobs, and I believe that in being held accountable is probably the best thing that we can ever do. So go through it. And so I accept that. And I think that, working with the front office and the president, with President Peterson, we'll find a mechanism to find a way for our executive committee to report out to the delegates other than just the bi-monthly newsletter. I think that's just important as hearing from the president. And it's about what the vice presidents are doing. So to the delegates that I met with here, I appreciate you and I thank you for holding me to the fire. And so with that, Madam Chair, I'm grateful and I will continue to honor this seat as I don't see it as mine. I see it as our members, the tribal citizen seat. It's a privilege to have a seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Paulette?
Madam Chair, Paulette Marino, Sitka delegate. I call for a very important small village caucus, but I would also like to congratulate Rob Sanderson and Catherine Edwards in their important positions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes. Small village caucus has been called for. Daphne?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Request caucus room for Seattle.
Seattle caucus room has been called for. Jerry?
Yeah, at one point, my stomach is gonna take over my body, and we're gonna need to have a lunch break. It's we're approaching 12:30, so just putting that out there, along with the caucus there.
Okay. Okay, the caucus rooms are going to be opened. We have the small village, Seattle. Did I miss somebody?
Second.
Paulette?
Motion to go to lunch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I request to the chair that we have a 30-minute caucus where we're able to also have a little bit of lunch. Thank
Okay,
you.
that's up to the floor. Is anyone opposed to a 30-minute caucus?
Yes, Madam Chairman. James Jack from Juneau, I oppose.
Okay, Ken?
I was, sorry, Ken Sutherland, Juneau, just requesting caucus room for Juneau.
Juneau caucus?
Yeah, I oppose it. I think we need to think about our elders too. It's hard to do lunch and vote or have a caucus at the same time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Mary?
I also oppose. I need a separate time to be able to do lunch.
Okay.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I was going to pull my hand down.
Okay. Clinton?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Clinton Cook, Craig Delegate. I also oppose the lunch break. Thank you.
Okay. Joy? Joy, you're muted.
Seattle Delegate Joy Weiss. I would like to suggest that we do take a half-hour lunch break if possible, or a 15-minute lunch break to allow our elders and ourselves to.
Hello.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Paulette, is your hand up?
Yeah, I'd like to go with the majority, Madam Chair, so I'd like to support them in taking a lunch break. Thank you.
Okay.
If that is your ruling. Thank you.
James?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Some of us have commitments this afternoon. I personally have a doctor's appointment. I'd like to see this process continue to go on as quickly as possible, but still do all the due diligence. And I oppose. I think we should have our breakouts limited to 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Leona.
Madam Chairman, I oppose the lunch break. I feel we should at least get another vote out of the way.
Thank you. Julianne?
Madam Chair, this is Juliana from the Anchorage office. I'm not sure how many people are actually working. I was under the understanding that it was going to be done at 12, and I noticed it's 12:30, and I haven't taken a lunch at work in also this assembly. So a 30-minute break, 15 minutes, something break. Appreciate it.
Okay. Okay, currently we have caucus rooms. And what I would like to do is your caucus rooms can be opened for 10 minutes. I too would like to take a break, but we need to get this voting done. So let's get the caucus rooms in there and have a 10-minute limit.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
to confirm, I have Small Village, Seattle, and Juneau caucus rooms.
so we have 10-minute caucus as soon as that opens. Here are your results.
There are some hands raised. I just wanted to make sure that I had all the rooms created.
Okay, I can't, let me change. Okay, Susan?
Oh, I don't know how to get to the caucus rooms.
They'll
And I don't
open
know, I
on
don't know
the
how
bo-
many we have to vote for.
Okay, the caucus rooms will show up on the bottom of your screen, and we will vote for no more than 3. Jerry?
Yeah, Madam Chair. I guess once people are done with their caucus breaks, what I'm going to propose as a motion after the vote is to go ahead and take a 30-minute, up to a 30-minute break for lunch, but after the vote. But that's not a motion right now. I'm just giving you courtesy heads up.
I will remember and not recognize you. Got to keep you on your toes. Charmaine?
Yes, Anchorage would like to a breakout room, please.
Okay, Anchorage would like a caucus. James?
Yeah, Madam Chairman, I stated before that we need to get this voting done. Some of us has commitments. I don't think we should take a break other than the breakout rooms.
Right, we have a 10-minute breakout room right now.
Thank
And we
you.
will then proceed with the vote.
Opening the rooms now.
Thank you. The rooms are open. You have 10 minutes to get your caucusing done. And we will be back in 10 to resume ballot number 5. Charmaine, is your hand up again?
No, it is not. I will take it down.
All right.
Thank you.
So go do your caucusing, 10 minutes.
Madam Chairman, I don't see the rooms appearing on my computer.
I don't have one either. This is Sandy from Juneau.
Hey, Sandy and James, if you can let us know which caucus room you'd like to have us move you to, we can do that.
Juneau,
Okay, I'll move you over, Sandy.
thank you.
Yeah, Juneau
And-
for me as well. This is James.
Okay.
They said that there's one for council here.
And we have our next ballot, Ballot 5. And you will vote for no more than 3. So please go ahead and go to your Simply Voting and cast your ballot. We have Will Micklin, Tasha Hotch, Clinton E. Cook, Delbert Kadake, and Karen Taug. James?
Yeah, Madam Chairman, I don't know why it does this to me every darn time. I can't get to the voting page.
Somehow you pissed it off.
I'm hoping someone from IT is listening so they can assist me. Thank you.
Someone will, thank you. Jerry?
Hi, Madam Chair. As promised, after the voting is tabulated, I move that we take a 25-minute break.
It has been moved to take a 25-minute break after the tabulation of Ballot 5.
Madam Chairman, Marvin Adams, second the motion.
Marvin has seconded the motion.
Call for the question.
Question's been called. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, nay.
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 I hear the same voices.
Double nay, double nay.
Triple yay, triple yay.
Someone Uber Jerry Hope some food.
Triple yay, you're out of order.
Double nay is not acceptable. Ubering food is good. We need Uber and Sitka first.
You guys are making me laugh.
Double Mac.
Maybe Tlingit and Haida and Council can create a service for the small villages to deliver food.
We are on Facebook Live. Could ask someone to bring you food.
Sean, help a brother out.
Yeah, I get the feeling I'm not the only one that's hungry and then stuck at work here. So it's a little bit of a challenge. We'll get through.
My lunch hour is over in, let's see, 8 minutes. So you guys enjoy your lunch.
Okay. Now, there's no way for me to determine how many yays and how many nays we had. The only alternative is we would have to have a vote, which means, there you go, more time. We're going to have to go into simply voting to vote on whether or not we take a break for 25 minutes for a lunch break. So this is something that's up to the floor.
Call
Now
for the division.
We're here.
Just call for a ruling on the chair.
Yeah, call for the division, which is call for the vote.
For the rule of the chair. And I would state we're going to lose people because of our schedule, that if you must have a break, we will do 15 minutes after the verification of the 5th ballot.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are we ready? Okay, we're not ready. Anything else I can boss you guys around on?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay.
I didn't raise my hand, sorry.
James Jack, your hand is up, James. Okay, Marvin.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I raised it earlier, and I was just going to say when we were voting that normally it would have to be, you know, either a roll call or it would have to be a voice vote, but you answered it. Thank you.
Juliana.
Yes, I just wanted to know how long we're going past the 1 o'clock or so. Because I'm at work.
Right,
So-
and that's something that we're trying to take into account. It's not uncommon when the voting is like this, that the voting will take forever. I have been here up to 12 o'clock, sometimes at midnight, to do voting. So
okay,
it could be a while.
Okay, I would like maybe next time when there's election that somebody mentioned that, so that those of us are working would know, because so that we can decide that, you know, whether we want to be a delegate or not, because I'm the only hire here, and I understand some of you have support when you work, but I'm the only one here. So I just need to know what, you know, a little bit more about how this happens. You know, Friday is going to go on forever. So I need to know, should I bring a lunch? Should I do whatever? But it's nice to have that information prior to a person accepting the delegate position for election.
Chair.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, we all know as elected delegates that we have a job to do, that we're elected to do, and that we should make sure we have the time and take the time so that we can have our business handled and done within the time that we are scheduled. That's what I did. You know, I take my vacation time is because it's a privilege for me to be able to represent our people and help make decisions that impact our people. And I would also ask, please, Madam Chair, if you can comply with the rules that are set up, that no one is acknowledged unless their hand is up, that we're asking for things to be officiated, but we're not following our rules. And I would appreciate it if all the rest of the delegates, please follow the rules. We have them for a reason. And it's so that our notes and our record can be accurate. Thank you.
Thank you. Jackie?
Yes, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make sure that it would be good for all of us, because we might not have the lunch break, that we could actually just eat something while we're on the Zoom and it would still be an acceptable practice, so that we're, I just wanted to mention that that might be okay for us to eat
Right.
while we're here. Thank you.
We have eaten while we were working. That's not uncommon. Thank you. Joe?
Madam Chairman, I must step away from this meeting as I have a business I need to run. So I respectfully request to be excused the balance of the meeting.
Thank you, Joe. You're excused. Albert?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Albert Howard, and delegate, under discussion for lunch. A hungry stomach and an empty wallet and a broken heart teaches lessons of life. I also appreciate you keeping my Uncle James Jack in line. That was perfect. That's coming from the village, Madam Chair, where when we don't get ferry service, our shelves are empty. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Cheryl, is your hand still up?
No, for once it's not.
Ed?
Yeah, I just wanted to call a point of order. I don't hear any motion on the floor for lunch or anything else. And we're right in the middle of a voting process. So I'm curious what's going on.
True parliamentarian.
We're waiting for the ballot 5.
What?
Okay.
Does
No,
that
I'm
takes that
I'm
long
sorry.
to do that? Yeah, I guess.
No, we voted already. And so now I am ready to ask if anyone has not voted. Ketchikan?
I think we were just going to reiterate that it's okay to ask to be excused if people need to go. I mean, it happens, so.
Thank you. Okay, second time has Sid.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, other delegate from Heidelberg, Herb Nix, was putting on chat that he didn't get the vote yet, and I don't think he voted.
Okay. Herb? Jerry?
Yeah, we didn't vote here yet.
You didn't vote yet?
Am I voting?
No, you didn't vote. No, not yet. 3 of them need to vote here.
So this is ballot 5. You should vote for no more than 3. Has anyone not voted? Has anyone not voted?
One more vote needs to be done here. Give us a minute, please.
Seeing no other hands, ballot is closed for ballot number 5. Election committee, we will go into our break room. Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska 2022 certification of election for Vice President, ballot number 5. The Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska Election Committee hereby certifies that the records reflected on the Simply Voting electronic voting report are accurate, that all delegates have been furnished 1 ballot for each position via an elector ID and password to the Simply Voting application, and that all ballots and persons voting online are certified. We further certify the accuracy of the electronic tally sheet and declare the election by majority vote for the position of Vice President. They are 110 total ballots, majority needed 56. You have seated 2 vice presidents, Will Micklin and Clinton Cook. Albert?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Albert Howard and Goon Delegate, move to accept ballot number 5.
It has been moved. Paulette?
Paulette Marino, Sitka Delegate. I second that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Been moved and seconded. Joey?
I call for the question.
Question's been called. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed, nay. Motion carries. We have seated 2 vice presidents, Will Micklin and Clinton Cook. And Clinton?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to thank the delegation for their support. I'm a very transparent person. Any questions you have, I have an open communication, my cell phone, my email. I once again like to thank the delegation for their support, and will continue on the great work of the past vice presidents and look forward to the challenges that are ahead. Thank you.
When an A2 object makes an appearance in public, the voices of all who wore them are heard. And that's how I feel about tribal assembly delegates. When I see you, I hear the voices of all my aunties and uncles, my grandparents. And I thank you for the privilege of working for you in this next term. And we will, I promise you, stay engaged as we work through, I think, some heavy matters that we all need to carry together. Eesh, Eesh, Eesh.
Thank you, Will. Juliana?
I'd like to congratulate the getting the villages up here on the board. You guys are closer to the land, you're closer to the resource, you're closer to everything. And we really, really appreciate everybody working together to ensure that our villages are being heard and that they have a seat at the table. As we filter into the larger areas, we get more into the business and so forth. So to connect the land and so forth, we need to ensure that the villages are at the table with us. Eesh.
Thank you, Juliana. Okay, my understanding is that you wanted a short break for lunch. And we have one more ballot for vice president. We have a ballot for associate judge. We have a plurality vote for the emerging leader, and then we have the delegate citizen. So I know 15 minutes is not long, but grab a bite to eat and we will all reconvene at 1:35.
Jan,
Yes,
Turbinix, I got an appointment in Cloak, and so I'm asking to be excused.
yes, you're excused.
All right, thank you.
Clinton?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just wondering if we could get the election numbers reposted so we can write them down for our next
Okay.
Caucus rooms. Thank you.
Okay, 15-minute break.
Oh, why did they take them down? Oh, there you go.
Okay. Back in session. I hope you enjoyed your 15-minute break for lunch. No more growling tummies. We are ready. Karen?
I would like to hold a women's caucus, please.
Thank you, Karen. Is your hand still up? We are ready to go on to ballot 6. You will vote for 1 vice president. Okay. Usually by now somebody wants a caucus. Is there none needed?
Sorry.
Please remember to Monaco.
Monica Ortiz from Seattle requests the caucus for Seattle.
Okay, Seattle for caucus has been requested. A woman's caucus has been requested. Jessica?
Thank you. I was just going to remind you about the women's caucus that had been called for by Delegate Elliott. Thank you.
Nathan?
Yeah, Nathan Lopez, Petersburg delegate. I'd like to have a caucus for small villages.
Small village caucus has been requested. Cecilia?
Madam Chair,
Yes,
it was answered. It was the Women's Caucus. Thank you.
thank you. Nathan, your hand is still up. So we have caucuses requested. Cecilia, your hand is still up. Thank you. We will be opening the caucus room.
And Madam Chair,
I can't see who's talking. Can you get your little button?
I apologize. This is Sam Gribitz from Communications. I was just confirming the women's, Seattle, and small villages caucus rooms.
Yes. 5 minutes. Laverne? You're muted. And I will make sure
Hoping
they
I'd
don't
be
forget
pulled
you.
into the elections room this time.
Okay. I'll drag you with me.
All right, I'm going to open the rooms now.
Okay, caucus rooms are being open. 5 minutes. You can now join a breakout room. This is Jan. We're back in session. Okay, our ballot number 6 is ready. Ballot 7. Vote for 1. So please, it is ballot 6. Ballot 6 is ready. Vote for no more than 1. Please go to your Simply Voting and cast your ballot. Does anyone need help? We're getting so good. Seeing no hands, has anyone not voted? Has anyone not voted?
Kus.een has one person that needs to vote still, sorry.
Thank you. Carolyn?
Hello, I'm still having trouble, so give me a minute. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kus.een is all voted now.
Thank you. We'll give Carolyn another minute.
Okay, let's.
They have me sequestered in here in a little black box. What does it look like outside, guys?
Sunny in Seattle.
Sunny in Bothell.
It's cloudy in Juneau with a little bit sun peeking through.
Carolyn?
I am done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Joy?
I was just gonna say it's beautiful and sunny in Seattle. Sorry.
Thank you. Okay, we will continue. Has anyone not voted? Joy, you want to put your hand? Thank you. Has anyone not voted?
And Jenny, I just got back online again. They're all. Oh, give me a minute.
All right.
Hello. This is Connie. I had that reaction thing on, but it disappeared. In fact, the whole thing is blank now.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Did somebody need help?
Oh, no. This is Connie. I was just saying I need to go for my walk. I'm an elder. I'm an elder now.
Okay. Okay, we'll try again. Has anyone not voted?
Yeah, give me a minute there, Jan, and I'll be done.
All right. Delbert, are you finished?
I did there, Jan. Sorry.
Well, again, I want to thank everybody for being so patient. We want to make sure that everyone has a chance to put their vote in. If I didn't have staff here to help me, I'd be probably one of the last ones done voting. Ketchikan?
Jen,
Yes.
we want to thank you for all your hard work today, and we know you're not done yet, but we kind of figured if we were meeting in person, there might have been a few of us, you might have jumped off the pulpit.
Delbert, are you doing okay there?
Jackie?
Delbert?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Jackie.
I just wanted to say thank you to Keenan. He seems to be really helping the Ketchikan group. Not only do they have food, snacks, and they got Keenan for technical assistance. So that's what in person can give you. Thank you.
Tell them all what we got.
I'll definitely take credit for the IT stuff. I definitely can't take credit for all the food, though. I think everybody brought food except for me today. But no, thank you for your kind words.
We're snacking.
Yeah, we're snacking on smoked salmon and soap berries and abalone fried rice.
My goodness.
We're kind of making a party out of this.
I'm
And you
settling
had
for a
to brag
Snickers.
about that food?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, through my, I was working hard to get, with Ketchikan to get elected, but I just want to take this opportunity real quick to congratulate Jackie on her first vice chair. Congratulations, Jackie.
Okay, let's try Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Albert Howard, delegate from Angoon. I'd like to impose a fine on the two vice chairs for speaking without raising their hand and give the money to a scholarship for the kids that are going to trade school. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, let's try again. Has anyone not voted? Has anyone not voted? Third time. Has anyone not voted? Seeing no hands, ballot is closed. Election committee will go to our breakout room.
Stephanie Masterman. I'm really curious. What are you working on?
I don't know how much you can see, but if my head's down, I'm carving a model of a shovel nose canoe, which is a Coast Salish river canoe. And since I am in Coast Salish territory, I wanted to learn about Coast Salish canoe culture.
That's awesome.
I think you can't see it too well. Oh, there it is. But it's really small, and I like to work on small projects so I can learn how to do good detailed work. Teach for asking. I'm quite a mess here.
I'm glad I'm not the only one who likes to do small things like when they're working. I've been working on a strap. I don't know if you're going to be able to see for an octopus bag. So that's what I've been doing while we've been doing our meetings, is sitting and listening, but then also working on this, and it helps me. So I was like, what is she doing? I wonder.
I'm showing everybody how to eat a pilot bread with peanut butter and jelly.
Oh, the cheese. Jessica, are you out of jokes?
Oh, you love the jokes?
You got more?
Yeah,
I
don't
do.
stop.
Hold on. Let me see. I got more.
Thanks, Leona.
I love the jokes
Okay,
too.
this is what's left now.
Wait, Jessica, wait till I mute you.
Listen to him.
Uncle, nice.
Good grief. No, I actually have one here for Chaya Eesh. I think he'd like this one. Why didn't Han Solo enjoy his steak dinner? Because it was chewy.
Yeah, I don't know. I might be voting with James.
Oh, I meant to say ha ha ha.
You guys are having much too much fun. We're back in session. Okay, Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska, 2022 certification of elections for Vice President. Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska Election Committee hereby certifies that the records reflected on the Simply Voting electronic voting report are accurate, that all delegates have been furnished one ballot for each position via an elector ID and password to the Simply Voting application, and that all ballots and persons voting online are certified. We further certify the accuracy of the electronic tally sheet and declare the election by majority vote for the position of Vice President. 111 total ballots cast, majority needed 56. We did not seat Vice President on ballot 6. We will have to go on to ballot 7. I move for adoption. Joey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move for unanimous consent that ballot 6 Friday will be as unanimous consent that we accept this ballot.
Mary Leckenoff, I second.
Okay, it has been asked for unanimous consent. Yay?
Yay.
Yay, yay.
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 A.
Yes.
Yes.
Yay.
Okay.
Yay.
Yes.
All
No
those-
objection.
No
objection.
Okay. She threw me off for a second, but this pretty much was it. I was going to say that I just had a brain freeze right now. You guys are tiring me out. That I was going to ask you to please vote on the unanimous consent. No objection. It has been accepted. Thank you. So we do need to go on to ballot 7. James?
Madam Chairman, I heard them ask for unanimous consent, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought I heard a nay.
Okay, I did not hear a nay. I did not hear a nay. Because
Okay, that's your
Cass?
ruling.
Yes, Madam Chair, I wanted to request going into ballot 7 and not having a caucus to see what we get from ballot 7.
Thank you. Okay, so we are going to go on to ballot 7. We need it's always up to the floor. So we will now then go to Mary Marks.
Do you need a second on that?
No. We'll go on to ballot 7. So the ballot is ready. Vote for no more than one. Please go to your simply voting. I'm going to go try mine. Okay, I managed to do my voting. Did anyone need any help?
Yes. This is Mary Lekinoff.
Okay,
How do I
Mary.
get back? How do I get back to the voting?
Okay. Your voting icon is the simply voting right on your front page. It's called simply voting. Can you see it?
Yes, I'm there and I can vote. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Did anyone need help? Okay. Has anyone not voted? Has anyone not voted? Third time, has anyone not voted? Seeing no hands, ballot 7 is closed. Election committee will go to our breakout room.
I have another cheesy joke for you guys. When does a joke become a dad joke? When it becomes a parent. Somebody mute her. I get a kick out of dad jokes. My dad is usually full of them, so I have learned quite a few of them from him and my nephews.
Well, Jessica can't be the only one that knows jokes.
I know this room has lots of jokes. We got lots of comedians.
Has anyone's birthday happened in the last couple days? Curious if we have anybody we can wish a happy birthday.
Mine was 2 weeks ago.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Finish cheese.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
I just want to take a minute, Paulette Moreno Sitka, and say Ahlan Gunishish to everybody. It's nice to see some of you in person again and some of you on Zoom. And, you know, it's been a tough couple of years with the pandemic and other things in our communities, and your resiliency, your grace, and your beauty just shows through. You all have such a strong spirit to be able to go through the elections and represent your communities. To those whose first time it is representing their community as new delegates or potential youth representatives, you know, it just is really beautiful to be able to see us all come forward. Thank you. Yes.
We're back in session.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska, 2022 certification of election for Vice President, Ballot 7. Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska Election Committee hereby certifies that the records reflected on the Simply Voting electronic voting report are accurate, that all delegates have been furnished one ballot for each position via an elector ID and password to the Simply Voting application, and that all ballots and persons voting online are certified. We further certify the accuracy of the electronic tally sheet and declare the election by majority vote for the position of Vice President. Total ballots cast, 106. Majority needed, 54. We did not seat a VP. We need a motion to accept.
Carol,
Carolyn, okay,
I'm sorry. Motion to accept.
okay. And then it was Joey.
Madam Chair, I second the motion.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded.
Call for the
Jessica,
question.
question's been called. All in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. We will now move on to ballot 8. Okay. We're almost ready. Ballot 8, you would only vote for one. Tasha. You're muted. Go ahead.
I just unmuted. I want to thank people for their support, but I think that it's time for me to step down from this election and let one of the candidates from the small communities get a seat at that table. Thank you.
Thank you, Tasha. Tasha has withdrawn. We will go on to ballot 8. You would vote for no more than one. Donna?
Madam Chair, I would like to call for a women's caucus.
Women's caucus has been called for. Paulette?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to, Sitka, Paulette Marino, I'd like to call for a small village caucus. Thank you.
Small village caucus been called for. Do you guys want to put your hand down? Okay, we have 2 requests for a caucus, women's caucus, and a small village caucus.
I have
5
created
minutes.
I've created the rooms and they're ready when you are.
Thank you. Please go ahead and open them. 5 minutes. We will return. Is it 4:27? 5 minutes. 2:21. And don't ask me what I was looking at. I have no clue. James.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. After this vote, I'm going to ask to be excused. I got a very important doctor's appointment that I can't not afford to miss. So thank you. And your wife for you. And my wife is my escort, seeing as I'm an elder. So we're asking for both to be excused.
All right.
Thank you much.
Mm-hmm.
And if Seattle decides to put in their bid for to host the next tribal assembly, they've got our votes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. We are back in session. The caucus should be closed out by now. And we will be on ballot 8. You vote for no more than one. Delbert Kadake and Karen Taug. So please go to your Simply Voting and cast your vote. Caucus had 5 minutes, so their time, the time is over. It was not asked to be extended. Please cast your vote.
This is Mary Leckenoff and my ballot hasn't shown up yet.
Are you on Simply Voting?
Yes,
And you opened it?
yes.
So there should be a place for you to enter your elector ID and your password.
Already done that.
Okay, so you've logged in?
Yes. Shall I hit Simply Voting again?
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I usually, when I'm on that page, just go to the home button, click on that, and then it opens up the next ballot on the top of the page.
The phone button?
Home.
Oh. Nope, didn't work.
Okay, you're on speaker, Mary. Please turn it off. Share.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, sorry, Madam President, Madam Chair, sorry. I just, when I went in, I just hit refresh, the little half circle with the arrow around it, hit refresh, and then it should auto-populate on there.
Thank you. Juliana?
Madam Chair, this is Juliana from the Anchorage office. I've been using the view, so sometimes when I'm not sure what happens, but it's like we lose our toolbar, we lose everything. So I just go up to where it says view and then use that one just to get past that glitch. It's just an option.
When you're in full screen, you lose the bottom portion.
Yeah.
So you go into maybe gallery setting or standard setting.
Yes, goodness cheese.
Thank you. Does anyone need any help?
This is Mary. I do.
Okay, Mary, what are you doing?
Okay, I'm logging back in. Okay, there. I'm sorry, Madam Chairman. I've got it up.
All right.
I have my ballot up. Thank you.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, let's try this. Has anyone not voted? Has anyone not voted? last time. Has anyone not voted? Seeing no hands, ballot is closed. We've closed ballot 8. Election committee to our breakout room.
Love you. Yeah.
Election committee is back. We're back in session. Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska, 2022 certification of election for Vice President, Ballot 8. Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska Election Committee hereby certifies that the records reflected on the Simply Voting electronic voting report are accurate, that all delegates have been furnished one ballot for each position via the elector ID and password to the Simply Voting application, and that all ballots and persons voting online are certified. We hereby certify the accuracy of the electronic tally sheet and declare the election by majority vote for the position of Vice President. Total ballots cast 103, majority needed 52. We have seated Delbert Kadake as 6th Vice President. Motion to accept?
You made it. Madam Chair,
Yes.
Paulette Marino, Sitka Delegate, I may make a motion to accept ballot number 8.
Motion is made. Share.
A second.
Motion is made and seconded by Share.
Call for the question.
Cecilia, question's been called. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? Those opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carried. Ballot 8 has sat 6th Vice President Delbert Kadake. Paulette?
Congratulations to all our president and our newly elected vice presidents. We wish you the very best from your communities. You have our support and our love and our commitment for you to continue being responsible to all of our villages and all of our tribal citizens. I know that you will lead with your heart, lead with your spirit, as we have very, very important world, national, local, and village issues before us. So support our leadership. God bless you all. Thank you.
Karen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank everybody who supported me through this process. It was my first time running for a seat of this nature with the tribe. And truly, I do want to thank everybody for the process, the experience, and maybe next time I'll have more experience, and we'll just see. And the last thing is, Madam Chair, I need to be excused. I have to catch the ferry that's leaving in a half hour.
Yes. Thank you. Sue?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm going to have to be leaving in about 10 minutes, 3 o'clock. So I really appreciate everybody, and I'm going to check in. If everybody's still on when I get back, just chime back in. Thank you.
Thank you. Hopefully we're not here very long. Okay, we have finished with the president and vice presidents. And oops, we will now be voting for emerging leader. And please remember, emerging leader is plurality, and we do not show you the numbers. Okay, ballot is ready. Please go to your Simply Voting and cast your vote for emerging leader. Okay, does anyone need any help? All right, let's try it. Has anyone not voted? Paulette.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am helping an elder vote here. So if you could give her just one more moment. Thank you,
All
Madam
right.
Chair. And that's Ms. Balio. Thank you.
Tasha.
Yes, we have one more person voting here in Anchorage as well.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll try it again. Has anyone not voted? Has anyone not voted? Paulette?
Madam Chair, Paulette Marino Sitka, our other Sitka elder has voted, just to report back. So thank you.
So you have finished?
She has finished, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. We'll start again. Has anyone not voted? Has anyone not voted? Third time, has anyone not voted?
Wait, Tina hasn't voted.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. I have no clue as to who made noise.
Tina.
Okay. Did you
Okay,
need
now.
help?
I'm voting now.
All right. Okay, so we'll try this again. Has anyone not voted? Has anyone not voted? Third time. Has anyone not voted? Seeing no hands, the ballot for emerging leader has closed. Election committee will go to the breakout room.
We're waiting for the tally. I just wanted to ask, when does fresh hooligan come out? Oil, grease. And does anyone know where to get NAS grease?
Anytime soon.
All of your candidates from that area have already bartered for their votes. So no hooligan grease.
No, I mean, for real, for my hearing aids.
They didn't have a very good run last year, but I'm sure it's going to be a good one this year because they had a landslide last year.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, so I think it kind of messed things up.
Hmm.
How many of you were totally impressed by the selection for our emerging leaders this year? I know I was. These young leaders are absolutely incredible. I can't wait to see the work that they continue to do for all of us. I mean, our current emerging leader is phenomenal. And then you pair that with the ones that are coming
Election
up.
committee is back. Thank you. Sorry about that. Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska, 2022 certification of election. The position is the emerging leader. Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska Election Committee hereby certifies that the records reflected on the Simply Voting electronic voting report are accurate, that all delegates have been furnished one ballot for each position via an elector ID and password to the Simply Voting application, and that all ballots and persons voting online are certified. We further certify the accuracy of the electronic tally sheet and declare the majority by plurality vote for the position of emerging leader. Your emerging leader is Marlis Boord. Motion to accept?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Paulette.
Paulette Marino, Sitka delegate, motion to accept the ballot. Thank you.
Carol, thank you. Carolyn?
I second, thank you.
It's been moved and seconded. Cher?
Call for the question. I was lowering my hand and talking at the same time. I can't multitask.
Okay. Questions being called. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Motion's carried. Ms. Boord is our emerging leader. Ms. Boord is not on. Okay. We will now be voting for the Joey.
Sorry, Madam Chair, that was done by accident.
Okay. We will now go on for the Associate Justice. Jacqueline?
Thank you, Daphne Albee, Seattle. Is this vote a majority vote?
The majority for Associate Justice, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, the ballots are ready. Please go to your Simply Voting and cast your ballot for one associate justice. Now I'm going to go try. Did anybody need any help? Okay, I don't see any hands. Are we ready? Okay. Okay. Please go to Simply Voting and cast your vote for the associate justice. Even I'm not fallible. I voted. I know I voted. I forgot to ask you if anybody else did not vote. See what happens after you sit here. And so has anyone not voted? Has anyone not voted? Third time. Has anyone not voted? Seeing no hands, ballot for associate justice is closed. Election committee will go to the breakout room.
Good.
A grasshopper sits down at the bar. The bartender says, "We have a drink named after you." The grasshopper replies, "Who names the drink Steve?"
That was really dumb, but it sure made me laugh.
Me too.
I'm sitting here still trying to get it.
I think it's the delirium. I know it was done. Please don't unfriend me.
I'll figure it out after the meeting.
Now I don't feel so bad. This is Leona Santiago. I would like to ask a question of each of you for the Citizen of the Year. I was wanting to be the one to ask for the unanimous ballot for my uncle David Light. And I'll try not to cry. But if I could do that, I would really appreciate it if that can happen.
Not good to me.
This is Jan. Election Committee is back. Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska, 2022 certification of election for Associate Justice. Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska Election Committee hereby certifies that the records reflected on the Simply Voting electronic voting report are accurate, that all delegates have been furnished one ballot for each position via an elector ID and password to the Simply Voting application, and that all ballots and persons voting online are certified. We further certify the accuracy of the electronic tally sheet and declare the election by majority vote for the position of Associate Justice. 98 ballots cast. Majority needed is 50. We did not seat an Associate Justice. We will have to go in to another ballot. Okay, Paulette?
Paulette Marino Sitka, Madam Chair, do we need to accept these
Yes.
results of this ballot? I so move that we accept the results of ballot number 9, correct?
Yes, it's been moved to accept the report. Share.
Chair Kita, Seattle delegation. I second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Carolyn?
Question?
Questions been called. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Motion's been carried. Carolyn? Carolyn, is your hand still up? Okay. Mary?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank those that supported me on this round. I'd like to have my name withdrawn, please.
Okay. Thank you, Mary. Stephanie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Stephanie Master in Seattle delegation. I have a class to run to. I'd like to ask permission to be excused, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Goodness Cheesh.
Okay. We will move on to another ballot for Associate Justice. Mary Marks has withdrawn her name. We are ready to go. Please go to Simply Voting and cast your vote. Okay, did anyone need any help?
Now kids say trying to push.
Okay, I need help.
Okay, Ernestine needs help.
Yes. I got help.
All right. All right, does anyone else need assistance? Okay, I do not see any hands.
Hello. Trying to find the button for the hand. Sorry, it's Veronica. I'm trying to get back into Simply. I thought I had hit confirm and somehow I got booted out.
Okay.
So give me a moment and I'll get back
All
in.
right. Okay. Pat?
Yes, Madam Chair, if they could put that little tagline, refresh it in the chat so it's right at the bottom where we need it, it would save a lot of time and trouble. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Said, well, remember when we used to have to get up out of our table, walk up to the front, sign your name, and then get a ballot and go fill it out and then put it in. You know, this is a lot faster.
Yeah.
And more accurate. Okay, does anyone need any help?
Almost there. Give me a few more minutes.
Okay. I think it's easy to forget sometimes that this might seem inconvenient and long, but it's not really. We've had much longer elections.
This is Mary Lechlow. I can remember voting until 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
So Jan.
Okay, I see Becky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Rebecca Thompson, Seattle Delegate. I just had a question about the person who just spoke, Veronica's iPhone. I was wondering if they should rename her with her full name for record keeping.
Where did she go? Oh. Veronica?
Sorry.
Are you
Veronica
done?
Dalton, Huna.
Okay.
I'm trying to enter and it's not entering. I got the 2 codes in and I hit the enter and it's not bringing it in.
And you're on your phone?
It shows up as Veronica Dalton off on my screen now.
Mm-hmm.
I updated it.
Thank you. Okay. Do you still need time, Veronica? Okay, she's not answering. Becky, is your hand still up or something else? Okay. Rob? You're muted.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Yeah, I heard a few of our delegates talking about, the time for the election process for vice presidents. And I spoke with my father one time and he said, this was well before, I think just early 70s, late 60s. He said it took 2.5 days to get 6 vice presidents seated. Literally, he said almost 3 days. He said it was done right vile at times, he said, his words. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Mm-hmm.
So
we have
it good
long
now
way.
compared to back in the day.
Right. We do.
Madam President.
Andrea.
Yeah, I can remember when I served tallying ballots.
Mm-hmm. Tally.
At the old A&B Hall in a little room.
Uh-huh. Yep.
Till 6 o'clock in the morning to count them.
I remember those. Okay, has anyone not voted? Has anyone not voted? Third time. Has anyone not voted? Seeing no hands, ballot is closed. Election committee will go into the break room.
I remember those big hopper boxes for elections. All those paper ballots. And the hours it would take for us to certify one count.
No, it was the roll call that drove me crazy. Oh my gosh.
That too. Everybody would have to come up and do their little sign for their, yep. I remember those days. I remember.
Speaking of roll calls, how about all of our friend late Tate?
Oh, late Tate. Gee whiz, Morgan, where is he?
He's around.
I remember starting to use the little clicker voter. that click the button, and we had to check it out. And my mom was like, that's on your life. You had to sign it like in blood and take it to the bathroom with you. Or no, you didn't take it out. It was
I couldn't even take it out of the room.
Yeah, you had to have a babysitter for your voting clicker.
And I remember when we thought those were a challenge. Gee whiz.
I remember the little square cedar boxes or the little ballot boxes, how tight they'd hold on to those and then carry them out of the room, and everybody would hold their breath and it'd carry them back in so carefully, those beautiful ballot boxes.
And that on elections committee, like those of us who served on elections, we had to be like stoic. You couldn't have any emotion at all, because if you had any emotion, Jan would see you and she'd turn around and she'd look at you.
So you guys must remember when there was two booths, with one with each one had a laptop in there. You remember that? And Larry Marvin, he said, how come those are HIDA laptops, HIDA computers? And everyone was like, what? And he said, yeah, it says login.
Login.
Because we had to log in with our ID whenever we were going to vote.
That was a good one. That
Yeah,
was a
it was.
good one, Cecilia.
I don't know if we're still waiting, but we never did hear from Delbert after he won.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delbert's a pretty humble guy. I think he'll probably be on soon, I hope.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank all the people for the support today there. I really appreciate it there. And look like we have a really good team there. And I would like to say thank you to Tasha Hotch for her past experience on the board there. I appreciated her, what she done. And I look forward to working with all the new people there. So thank you very much for your support, Mr. Chairman.
Election committee has returned. Okay. Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska, 2022 certification of election for Associate Justice, Ballot 2. The Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska Election Committee hereby certifies that the records reflected in the Simply Voting electronic voting report are accurate, that all delegates have been furnished one ballot for each position via an elector ID and password to the Simply Voting application, and that all ballots and persons voting online are certified. We further certify the accuracy of the electronic tally sheet and declare the election by majority vote for the position of Associate Justice. Total ballots cast, 98. Majority needed, 50. We have seated Cheryl Demmert Fairbanks as Associate Justice. I need a motion to accept. Paulette?
Madam Chair, Paulette Marino Sitka. So move and ask unanimous consent to accept the tally and certification of the election committee for ballot number 2, Associate Judge, position of Central Council, Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska.
Okay, unanimous consent has been asked. Do I have an objection? Hearing none.
Question.
I second.
Yaan.
Oops, sorry. Call for the question then.
Okay. Just a second. Thank you for waiting. I needed to clarify a few things because of how we handle this. And if you raise your hand, I don't know if you're objecting to something that's being said, so I need to respond. We were asked for unanimous consent to accept the report. And what I need to do is to put it up to you and say that unanimous consent has been asked. Is there any objection? Now, if there are no objections, I would move. The problem I get into is when you have your hand up, you might be objecting, so I don't know. And if we keep doing that, then it means that I can't do unanimous consent because you start to second the motion and then talk on the motion, and it does not become or does not continue to be unanimous consent. So I wanted to clear that up for you and for me. So the reason that I went in and looked at the hands was just to make sure you were not objecting. So if there are no objections, we will accept the unanimous consent. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion has passed. We have seated Cheryl as the Associate Justice, and I thank you so much for your patience. Donna.
Madam Chair, I was just letting you know that Connor and Trini are in the process of getting her signed in right now. Thank you.
Liana.
I would like to, I request that the secretary cast the unanimous ballot for David Light to serve as Citizen of the Year.
It has been requested. Any objection? Hearing none, David Light is the Citizen of the Year. Citizen Delegate of the Year. Thank you. And with that, we have seated, everyone, and we now will go into the oath of office.
Madam Chair, can we
Yes.
hear from re-elected Associate Justice Fairbanks?
Yes, is Cheryl?
Good as chief. Yes, good as chief, Madam Chair, and leaderships. I just wanted to thank you all for your support, and it's good to see all my relatives and friends, and I just look forward to really strengthening our court so that we're enhancing and protecting our tribal sovereignty. And I always believe sovereignty begins at home. So Ganesh Chish, Chish, Ganesh Chish.
Folks, we're going to go into the swearing ins. If we could take a 10-minute bio break, and that'll also give them time to get ready.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Madam Chair, I want to thank you for your service. You've done a fantastic job.
Thank you. 10-minute break, and then we will return for the oath of offices.
Leona, this is Cecilia. I just wanted to share with you that would you convey my congratulations to David Light?
Yes, I will. And I believe I was just told that I should accept his or I should accept his Citizen of the Year for him.
Nice. He was a best friend to my Uncle Harold Martin.
I know, they were inseparable.
Yeah, I went with them. I went with both of them to Golden Corral in Anchorage.
Oh,
They
how
were-
nice.
They were so excited about getting macaroni and cheese.
Yeah, he likes to take people out to places to eat, like in Washington or wherever he's at.
Yep.
And one thing I learned from him is that for every memorial, like even if he didn't attend, he would get a copy of it. And he has a book almost of people, like who's related to who, from just the memorials he collected through his probably 30, 40 years when he started doing that.
Wow.
So
Nice.
yeah, it's amazing. He's done so much stuff like that, and he shares it with me. So and he's the last of our uncles on both sides of the family. So he's very special.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he just sent down like a whole box of stuff he collected because, you know, Leona and his wife and his wife's family was my in-laws from our clan, you know, and so he had so much documents and history, and he packaged it together and make sure that we had it, so we would have it, our clan would have all of it. He's amazing.
Nice.
He's like he's a historian. Yeah,
This is Mary Lekanoff, and he did give me a portrait of my great-grandfather, Peter Brown, and his second wife, and all of his grown children. And I need to find somebody to help me identify them. I know I've got a lot more relatives that I don't know about, but thanks to David, he comes up with these absolute gems. So Leona, tell him I say I'm very grateful. Thank you.
Yes, I will.
Excuse me, and congratulations.
I'm sure his children are watching.
Leona, I don't know if you know, David moved to Huna when he was a little boy.
Yeah, he said he grew up in Huna.
Yeah, he always talked every time we run into him. He says, "Your mom used to babysit me. She always spanked me." He said.
Yeah, Leona, this is Andrea.
Yeah.
Tell David Kermit and I said congratulations too. He deserves it.
He did. I really am proud. He blew up that picture of Haynes House students that went to that school and showed me a picture of my mom, and he knew just about everybody in that picture. And I still have it. It's like a big wall size, map size picture. So he always shared history with just about everyone.
Leona, this is Kathy. Did you say that was a picture of the Haynes house, the kids that were in there?
Yes, that was like Agnes, when my Aunt Agnes was our grandma worked there. So Agnes went to school there, and my mom did, and so did Carlton Smith's mother. And yeah, there was quite a few people that went to Haynes house.
Yeah. My brother was there too, Bill Andrews. So he was good friends with David Light.
Yeah.
When you're talking about Haynes House, are you talking about the orphanage?
Yes, that's where. Yeah.
Pauline Abbott, the Abbotts. Yeah, from Sitka, my mom.
Polly Abbott.
Yeah, Pauline Abbott.
Pauline Abbott.
Yeah, Margaret Abbott.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
We're related.
Yes.
I just look like the.
I'm going Pauline Abbott. Who's that? No. Now I know.
Yeah, well, you go to Sitka, you'll know who the Abbotts are.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting too. Gosh. But I was fortunate to grow up in Haynes and was raised by my grandparents, and I grew up with Kathy Lawrence and Tasha Hotch and Uncle David and all my aunties and uncles. Yeah.
Since we're talking about a long time ago, when we were in the Haynes packing cannery, and most of the ladies worked in the cannery, and I got to babysit that summer, and I babysat Leona and Ozzy, and my pay for the summer was $20. Was big money for me.
That's cute. Did you have to wrestle her for $20?
They were good kids, so I don't think I had much to do. Oh, I remember though, I wasn't babysitting at the time, but Leona broke her arm, and I had to be the driver, and I didn't even have a driver's license. And here comes Auntie. Come on, we gotta go. We gotta go. You gotta drive us. We're going to Haynes.
Election committee, we're getting ready for the oath of office, so you are all excused, and I thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. So now we will do the swearing in of the oath of office for the office of president. Please raise your right hand, sir. I state your name.
I, Richard J. Peterson, Eesh, do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Central Council of Tlingit Tribes of Alaska, the Central Council Tlingit Tribes of Alaska, and its member citizens, that I will support the Constitution, of the Tlingit and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of office upon which I'm about to enter. So help me God. So help me God. Congratulations, President Peterson. Come on up, both gentlemen. Okay. So we're going to do a little bit of a hybrid. I know we have some vice presidents who are online, but we also have some also here present. So we're going to do something that's hopefully will take care of everyone. And so we're going to face the camera. Okay. Okay. Just check. Gentlemen are ready. Let me know. Okay. Please, I will ask for all the vice presidents, the newly elected vice presidents who are with us online and then present with us today. Please raise the right hand. Repeat after me. If you're, just check your screen to see if you are online with us. You might be muted, so unmute yourself so that we can hear you. I state your name.
I, Jackie Peta,
Do solemnly swear.
do solemnly swear
that I will bear true faith and allegiance.
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
To the Central Council of Tlingit Indian Tribes of Alaska. The Central
to the Central Council of Tlingit Tribes of Alaska
and its member citizens.
citizens.
That I will support the Constitution of the Tlingit and Haida.
That I will
support the Constitution of the Tlingit and Haida.
And that I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office.
And I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office
upon which I'm about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
So help me God. So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations. Wish you good luck in your work.
Huh?
You got your little yellow hand up.
Oh.
Thank you, that was good.
Yeah.
Okay, now we're going to have Chief Justice swear in the Associate Justice.
Thank you, President Peterson, and congratulations to you and to the new executive committee. That was a great convention so far. I'd like to know if Cheryl Demmert Fairbanks is online. Can you hear me, Cheryl?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, thank you. Okay, we are going to start with your oath of office. Raise your right hand, please. And repeat after me. I, Cheryl Demmert Fairbanks,
I, Cheryl Demmert Fairbanks,
do solemnly swear and affirm
do solemnly swear and affirm
that I meet the qualifications established for the office of judge for the Central Council
established for the office of judge for the Central Council,
Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska Tribal Court.
Tlingit and Haida Central Council Tribal Court.
I will support the Constitution and laws
I will support the Constitution and laws
of the Central Council, Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska,
Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska,
and faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of office to the best of my ability.
discharge the duties of office to the best of my ability.
Thank you, Cheryl. Our Associate Justice Demmert, it will be an honor serving with you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Chief, how to both of you. Thank you so much. We're gonna take just a minute break, and I'll turn the chair over to Vice President Sanderson for the consideration of resolutions.
My goodness, he still can't read my lips. I just wanted to say thank you to everyone because I have to leave. What an honor it's been serving as your hostess this year. I would like to congratulate you and all the vice presidents and Cheryl Fairbanks and the new emerging leader. I wish you well throughout the year and look forward to the newsletters to see what's going on at Central Council. Bye, everyone. Thanks, Rick.
Thanks, Molly.
Mr. President,
Cass?
Cass Book from Sitka, asking to be excused. It's just been
Cass, I lost you, but we understand with the loss you've experienced, and we appreciate you being here for as long as you've been, and we send you with our prayers.
I just stopped. It's just been a difficult day grieving my mother and your love for my mother. Cheesh, and I'm so grateful to be. I may not a candidate again, but being elected back as a delegate. I look forward to working with you all this year.
Thank you, Cass. We send you with love and prayers. All right, I'll now turn the chair over to Vice President Sanderson.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair, through the chair. Good late afternoon, delegates. We are here to finish up our resolution process. We are going to be doing the resolutions that we were, excuse me, referred to committees. And at this time, we have resolution 2202, providing vulnerable tribal citizens with definite means of protection against sexual and physical violence across our communities. And I'm going to call on Public Safety Committee Chair Ben Cornell to give the report.
Thank you, Chair. First, I wanted to recognize the members of Harold Ray Hallard, Stephanie Masserin, Patricia Walker, Harry Skip Watson, and I wanted to thank Elizah Dominy for pushing this resolution forward. The resolution was providing vulnerable tribal citizens with definitions, means of protection against sexual and physical violence across our communities. And it was due pass. I want to thank legal counsel, Madeline, and also Jason Wilson for assisting us on this particular resolution. We recommend it go to finance to be considered and public safety committees. Public safety proposed redlining changes with recommendation to adopt as amended. And finance recommended to be accepted, proposed by public safety amendments and referred to the Office of President, which will in constellation of the Violence Against Women Task Force and develop a projected scope for budget, training, and funding resources. That's the end of the report. We recommend do pass to finance.
Thank you, Chen. Excuse me, Ben, for your report. Well, we will now entertain a motion to recommend this to accept the public safety amendments and refer to the Office of the President, which will, in consultation with the Violence Against Women Task Force, to develop a scope project, budget, and a funding source. So if I could get a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move for the referral of the resolution to the Office of the President as proposed in the committee recommendations. Thank you.
All right, and to the motion maker,
Second,
would you
Mr.
state?
Oh, sorry.
No, that's fine. I know everybody's tired. So again, just from the start, would the original motion maker state his name and the community in which he represents?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Temporary amnesia. Will Micklin, San Francisco Community Delegate. Thank you.
Okay. Motion made by Delegate Micklin. And it was seconded by, I believe, Marvin Adams, Anchorage.
Marvin's not here.
Am I
It was
correct on
seconded by
that?
me, Jackie Peta.
Oh, okay.
Juneau
It was,
Juneau
seconded
Community Council. Yes.
seconded by Jackie Peta, Juneau Community Council. All those
question.
Look like we're having
Question.
technical difficulties here. Hold on one second. There we go. Okay, they're helping with some technical issues here on my device here. So the question's been called on resolution 22-02, providing vulnerable assistance to tribal citizens with definite means of protection against sexual and physical violence across our communities. And so I will be calling for the question on resolution 2202. You heard the report. All those in favor of, in support of 22 TNH Tribal Assembly 22-02, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
And all those on resolution 22-02, those that oppose, please say nay. All right, the ayes have it. 22-02 will be referred to the Office of the President. Thank you so much. Excuse me. Okay, resolution 2205, Emerging Leader Tribal Citizen. And I will be calling on Credential Enrollment Committee Chair, Ella Bennett.
Good afternoon. I was on silent. So we have to turn one. Sorry about that. Okay. The enrollment committee met just before a convention, and I'll read you the response. 2205, Emerging Leader Tribal Citizen. First sentence, considered by the Credentials Enrollment Committee and the Tribal Government Rules Committee. Both committees recommended, the adoption of the resolution. And that's for me to let you know. Is that pretty clear to you, Rob?
Yes, yes, it is, Ella. Thank you.
It's recommended to your committee that they approved.
All right. And that is your report, right?
Their response.
Okay. I do have a hand up here. Oh, I'm sorry.
This person didn't have her enrollment, but later got it.
So Ella, is that your report? Yes. Okay. Thank you. I do see a raised hand here before I move on to this. And I see Paulette. Is there something you wanted to speak on, or was it from that last resolution?
It's in regards to the last resolution, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to make a motion if recognized. Thank you.
Yes.
I would like to make a motion that we accept the Enrollment Credential Committee's recommendation to adopt resolution 2205.
I second that motion.
Okay. So again, state your, and I'm trying to use my earpiece here. I apologize. So Paulette, that you made the motion, right?
Yes, Paulette Marino, Sitka delegate, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and who made that second? I have staff by me here. I got my earpiece fixed here. I apologize.
I'm sorry, it was me, Rob Laverne.
Okay, thank you, Laverne. I appreciate that. Thank you. And I will be looking for hands as they go up there as we go through each resolution. So all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Question?
Aye.
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 Chair, point of order, Tasha Hotch had her hand up.
Okay, my eyes are bouncing all over the screen here. All right, thank you. All right, Tasha, please.
Thank you, Chair Sanderson. Tasha Hotch from Anchorage. Sorry, we're trying to figure out the sound in the Anchorage office here. I just wanted to clarify, because one of the concerns that I had voiced when this resolution came forward was eligible for enrollment versus enrollment, and I think temporary or provisional enrollment. And I had asked the executive team to look at it and help clarify if provisional enrollment was determined the same as enrollment for the purpose of this resolution, and it was, because I think some of us had concern about some of our young people don't know they're not enrolled until they go to apply for any kind of services. And so if anyone else was having that hesitation, I wanted to clarify that that question was asked, and provisional enrollment and enrollment are the same for this resolution. I speak in favor of the motion. Thank you.
Yeah, could you clarify that, Maddie, if it was possible? This is a tricky question, so I'm going to consult with our legal counsel. Yeah, I'd like you to, if you can, Matt.
Through the chair.
Thank you.
In response to the question, for purposes of being certified as a tribal citizen, a person is able to request provisional enrollment, and that would allow them to stand for election as an emerging leader candidate.
Tasha, does that satisfy your answer?
I believe that's the same thing that I stated. Yes.
Thank you,
All right.
Matt.
So again, we're speaking on resolution 2205 that was referred to committee. Emerging leader, tribal citizen. Ella Bennett gave the committee report, and the tribal government rules recommended to adopt, and the credentials committee recommended to adopt. So could I get a motion on the floor, please? And this is 2205.
You call for the question.
Mr. President. Oh, never mind. I see hands up.
Question's been called. All those in favor of
Mr. Chairman.
resolution 2205.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
This is Catherine.
Go ahead, Catherine.
Sorry, I didn't want you to recognize my hand, but I'm confused because I thought the vote we just took was on this resolution.
I was under the assumption we were still debating on it after the first second.
Okay, okay.
Well, that's where I thought we were. So, and if I didn't hear that motion, then that's on me. But I thought we were under a second for discussion. Yes, we are. I was just consulted by our staff that we are under discussion yet. So go ahead, Catherine, please continue.
No, that's okay. That answered my question.
Okay. Any other questions on 2205 emerging leader tribal citizen? And I'm going to Paulette Marino, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Paulette Marino Sitka, you are correct. We do have a motion on the floor and a second. There was discussion. I call for questions.
I just now moved to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, the question has been called by Sitka Delegate Paulette Marino. And the question's been called on 2205. All those in favor of, excuse me, all those in favor of the emerging leader tribal citizens resolution, please say aye.
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 And all those
Aye.
opposed to 20, okay. All right, I'll let you guys all finish saying ayes. Thank you. All those not in favor of 2205, please say nay. All right, thank you. The ayes have it. 2205 passes on the tribal assembly floor. Thank you, Ella, for your report. Much appreciated. And I am looking for hands as they are being raised as we go through this resolution process here. Excuse me. It's been a long day here. All right, so we're going to go on to resolution 22-06, 2023 Tribal Assembly Location Request. And I'll be calling on Tribal Government Rules Committee Chair Will Micklin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Resolution 22-06, 2023 Tribal Assembly Location Request with the resolved that the Tribal Assembly would accepts the invitation for Clinton Haida to host its annual Tribal Assembly in Anchorage in 2023, was referred to the Tribal Government Rules Committee. The committee recommended that the Tribal Assembly consider this invitation for hosting the next year's Tribal Assembly with consideration of the potential budget impact. It was referred under the standing rules of order for any resolution that would have a potential impact on the operating budget to the Finance Committee and Chairman James Jack. The Finance Committee considered the resolution and recommended that the Tribal Assembly consider the budget implication, consulted with Finance Director Teresa Belton, who confirmed that the adoption of this resolution would have an impact on the operating budget. According to the standing rules of order, after the budget is adopted, and the budget was adopted in this Tribal Assembly on April 21st, the second day of the Tribal Assembly. After the adoption of the budget, any resolution that would impact the operating budget may be adopted, but by a 2/3 standard for adoption. So Tribal Government Rules recommendation is the Tribal Assembly consider this resolution and as required under standing rules under the standard for adoption of 2/3 of the quorum present voting for its adoption, and further guidance that if any other community would extend an invitation, that opportunity would be by amending this resolution for the host site. If any other community would do that, in our past, that's been the practice of Tribal Assembly on its last day as its last item before good of the order to consider the site of next year's Tribal Assembly, which has been interrupted by pandemic and by budget constraints in past years. So to be clear, the recommendation is for Tribal Assembly to consider this, but under the 2/3 requirement for its adoption for this locating next year's assembly in Anchorage. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chair Micklin. Could I get a motion and a second so we can discuss this? And I have two hands up. I see we have Ketchikan first and then Paulette. Could I get a motion maker on 2206 Tribal Assembly location request? And state your name and community, please, for the record.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, Paulette.
I make a motion that Tribal Assembly under 2/3 vote require as a committee recommendation from tribal government regarding resolution 2206 adopt this to consider next year's assembly location.
All right, thank you. Did we get a second? And that was Paulette Marino made the motion.
This is Keenan Sanderson, second for discussion from Ketchikan.
All right, Keenan Sanderson, seconded for discussion. Show yourself. Keenan, you have your hands up, and then I have Morgan.
Yeah, so just to start off the discussion, Keenan Sanderson from Ketchikan. I don't necessarily have a problem with this resolution. I think it's okay during odd years, during non-election years that can bounce around. I was just wondering if anybody had an idea of what the difference in cost between having it in Juneau versus Anchorage. If there might not be an actual estimated cost, but I'm just wondering if staff had an idea just for our knowledge.
Thank you, Delegate Sanderson. I would call on Teresa if she can answer that question. If she's here.
Thank you, Rob. Oh, shoot. Can't hear me, can you?
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Okay.
This is Frank and Huna. Frank Wright, delegate.
Oh, Frank Wright. Okay, go ahead, Frank.
Did we get a second for this? Because we didn't have a second. There's no discussion.
Yeah, we had a second.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I have staff sitting alongside of me taking notes and making sure that we get this resolution process going as smooth as possible. Thank you. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and call on Teresa to answer Delegate Sanderson's question.
Okay, we haven't quantified the difference yet. The significant one would be that there's quite a bit of staff that are required to support the tribal assembly, and so we would have airfare and hotel for probably about 30 to 40 staff. Those are additional costs, and then we would be having lodging and airfare for the Juneau delegates to go up there, and then also additional airfare for all the villages that would not have to go through Ketchikan. So that would be like Haines, Huna, Angoon that would normally get here by probably seaplanes or the ferry system. But when we discussed this in the Finance Committee, we were going to come up with an estimated additional amount, and then I was going to bring that to the chair for discussion.
All right, thank you. I see some other hands up here. I'm going to go ahead and call on Morgan.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Did the executive council discuss this, and if so, what are their thoughts?
To my knowledge, we have not discussed this as of yet, Mr. Howard.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And I have, I'm going to go ahead and I have Daphne, Elby, and then Jackie, and then Tasha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I do have a concern with a an invite going through resolutions. Our usual practice is to have communities make that invite on the floor. So my concern is if we pass it through here, or if we pass it in, well, it would have to be passed with a 2/3 vote, since it would change, the budget. But I am concerned that other, maybe some of the smaller communities would like to host, and I think that would be helpful for their economy. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I have Jackie, and then I have Tasha, and then Andrea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to mention that I too have a little bit of concerns about it being done via resolution, and also because it's limiting. I'm concerned that whether or not we will be able to acquire all the hotel space, et cetera. I think typically when we do it from the floor, we'll be able to give a first and a second option. And that way it allows for staff to do the due diligence to make sure that we can find the adequate space and appropriateness for that. So I would prefer it if we could have a first and a second option rather than just having a, taking a vote right now without having to look at the costs and the availability as part of the decision-making. So if the maker of the motion would consider a first and a second, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I do have 2 more hands up. I have Tasha, and then Andrea, and then I have Paulette, in that order.
Thank you, Chair Sanderson. This is Tasha Hotch, Anchorage delegation. I'd like to remind folks that we presented this same resolution 2 years ago, and our Constitution does say that it needs to be submitted by community resolution during the election assembly for consideration. It doesn't say by motion, it says by resolution. And I think that we all have some concerns about if COVID will still be around, which I think is a valid concern, if we should travel at all. But I am in support of the motion, and I would like clarification from the parliamentarian if we are reading the Constitution correctly, that it says it must be a community resolution to have consideration for the non-election year tribal assembly. Thank you.
Good for her.
I will go ahead and ask our parliamentarian to speak on that. Thank you, Tasha. And then after that, I have Andrea, and then I have Mary Suits after, who had her hand up for a while. And I apologize, Mary, I did not see that. So if we just give our parliamentarian just a minute to answer that question. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
The Constitution does state that a resolution would be required, but under parliamentary procedure, a resolution is the same as a motion. And so a motion is an acceptable way to propose a location.
The way I understand it then is from our parliamentarian under the Robert rules, a resolution is the same as the motion, and Lincoln Heights practice has always been to allow invitations by motions. So that was the ruling of the parliamentarian. And I would like to call on Tasha, would you like to respond to that? And then I'm gonna, I missed Mary Suits, and I want to be able to hear from her.
Yeah, I just think that a resolution can be considered a motion, but I think when it says a community resolution, that is a different standard, different than a delegate resolution, different than a single person's motion. A community resolution, as we did, was something approved by the body the community council and then brought to tribal assembly. But I am not going to argue the ruling of the parliamentarian. I just have a very strict guide when I look and read things of how they should be interpreted. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Tasha. Mary?
Thank you, Chair. Mary Marino Suits, Anchorage Delegate. I am opposing this motion. We did have quite a few delegates that were not able to attend our resolution meeting. I know that I was not able to log in for the entire meeting, and I actually did not see this resolution. I know another delegate had just called me just now, and she did not know, this elder did not even know about this resolution. And I'm sure if you did a vote by roll call or by hand of Anchorage delegates, not everyone is in support of hosting for next year. And so I oppose, and I know that there's another Anchorage delegate that is opposed because we were not able to voice our opinions during our delegate meetings. And so however this was submitted, I personally do not know. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Can I have Andrea, please?
Yes, this is Andrea Caesar, Juneau delegate, and I am opposed to this resolution. I think it is cost prohibitive to take staff and also the delegates and hotel and car and a space and equipment. So I'm opposing the amendment. Sorry.
All right, thank you. And I understand staff reminded me we have an elder that has their hand up that does not know how to use the icon for the hand. So I am going to call on that elder. I'm looking through the different. Okay, that's Harriet has her hand up. She's not using the hand icon. So Leona, I will recognize you after I recognize Harriet. Thank you for your patience. Harriet,
Yeah,
please.
thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah,
Loud and clear.
delegate from Sitka. Earlier in the convention a few days ago, I did hear a comment, something about Seattle was interested in hosting the convention next year, but there was no action on it. And I think that it is important to take up the point of Anchorage delegates not being fully informed before a vote was taken on inviting the convention, because I lived in Anchorage 33 years, and we did host a couple Central Council conventions. We did it on a very tight budget with not much help from Central Council, because at that time, Central Council did not assume much responsibility for that part of it. So we fundraised ourselves. Ruth Willard and Bree Helcott, Eric Morrison. The point is taking staff and taking delegates and talking about letting Central Council pay for all that. I've never heard of that before. And I've been a delegate almost 40 years. So what I'm saying is that I think a little bit more research into all this should be done before a decision is made. And perhaps maybe at your next meeting you have with your brand new 6 vice presidents and the president, they could put it on their agenda and maybe check more thoroughly into it with the current officers of Anchorage, because I know that the A and B convention is going to be in Anchorage too. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. I have Leona, and then I have Laverne, and then Albert, and then Paulette.
Yeah, this is Leona Santiago. I'm a Juneau delegate, and I was speaking in favor of the motion. but I can also see that, that there might be needing to be more discussion. But I really feel it should be up to the delegates to decide, and we should just vote on this. And if it fails, then take it from there.
Thank you, Leona. I do have, let me see here. I'm looking at all the hands up here. I have Albert and then Laverne and then Paulette in that order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Having served on the city council, the school board here in Angoon and the tribe, I've also been on the budget committee for each of those organizations. And I'm wondering where the funds for the added expense is going to come from. I would rather see, and if the added expense is going to benefit, how is it going to benefit our tribal membership? If it isn't, I'd have to oppose this, and I have other ideas for funds that could go to the smaller schools. The state of Alaska's base student allocation doesn't address the cost of living in the smaller communities. When the cost of oil, heating oil is going up, the cost of electricity is going up, you're taking away from the education from the students, and I'd rather see this type of funds either spent to help each school put another teacher in their school. Thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Laverne, please. And thank you for your patience.
No problem, I haven't been a delegate forever, but I can remember this being held in Sitka and in Ketchikan and in Wrangell, and I didn't hear people complain about those.
Oh, is that your comments, Laverne? Okay, all right, Cecilia?
How do you turn your hand?
Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Chair. I was going to say something similar to what Laverne just said, and it actually was, as I understood it, to help spread the wealth amongst the smaller communities, holding it in Southeast things. Thank you. Different cities besides Juneau.
So I was just consulting with our parliamentarian. I'm going to go ahead and continue. I have, let's see here. I had Paula and then Edward Hotch and then Doug Chilton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As maker of the motion, the intent was to follow the recommendation of the tribal government's chair and the committee recommendation. However, this is for consideration and discussion, of course, and it seems as though this is new information that they are adding to it. So there could be amendments. This could also be voted on, or if needed, it could be considered for withdrawal. But at this time, I just wanted to say that this was to be following the committee recommendations and then to bring this on the floor. So I am very intently listening, especially to our Anchorage delegations and the other delegates' concern about having other communities put in their name for locations, but also the Finance Committee considerations. So I just wanted to state that it was a committee's recommendation, but we follow what the delegates overall choose to vote on and to do. Thank you, respectfully.
You're on mute, Mr. Chair. You're still on mute.
All right, I apologize. I was consulting with our parliamentarian. So I'm going to go ahead and continue to recognize our delegates. And I kind of lost the count, but where I was at, I have Kathy Lawrence, and I'm going to go ahead and call on, I believe Doug Chilton had his hands up, and then Juliana. I'm just giving those that didn't have a chance to speak yet on this I see we had one person that had to, but just trying to be fair here. I'm going to go ahead and call on Kathy, and then I'll just go with Juliana and then Edward in that order. And I seen Doug had his hand up here someplace.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Kathy Lawrence from our Juneau delegation, and it seemed like there's a lot to think about and plan out, and especially the financial part, the cost may be prohibitive. I'm sure we'd all like to go to Anchorage or Seattle, but we need to know the financial cost. And I'm wondering if this could be placed in the hands of our new executive council to get a good research done and see, and then bring it back before us. I don't know how they would do this, but probably on Zoom so we could vote on it within the month maybe, and that would give the staff time to come up with some numbers. And if it's prohibitive, we will just be here in Juneau. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to call. Go ahead. I let a couple others go. I'm going to call on Delegate Doug Chilton next, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Doug Chilton from the Juneau delegation. And I apologize for bowing out of the meeting, some of the meeting earlier. I was able to jump in and cast my ballot and stuff in different areas. In any case, I wanted to weigh in on this motion or / resolution about having the tribal assembly in Anchorage. If Anchorage is unwilling to host, then I think it's the motion would just be out of order. Now, having said that, I also wanted to comment that the cost of governing our tribe has a different purse than the purse that the tribe has for education or any of the other areas that the tribe is there to help with. The cost of governing the tribe is for us as a body to do what we need. And if we put ourselves on the back burner and turn the reins over to the 6 executive committeemen working with the president, then we've essentially relinquished all of our rights and formed a limited dictatorship. Thank you.
Mr. Chilton, could you hear me okay? And,
yes.
Yes, and in consulting with our parliamentarian and knowing the history of our tribal assemblies in past, that once the and I know this, that once the resolution is put forth to the delegates, it is the property of the delegation. This will not be dealt with by the executive committee. This resolution today that we're talking about now, 22-06, the tribal 2023 resolution location request will be dealt with today, one way or the other, Mr. Chilton. Thank you. And I have, I'm going to go ahead and call on Juliana.
Okay, this is Juliana Smith from the Anchorage office. Yesterday, we listened to one of the village was asking the Sea Alaska about bringing in some type of job opportunities in the village. So I would like or suggest if it's open to redirect it to one of the villages that can benefit for us bringing all us to their location where we would be using our income to help those in their community. We have elected a lot of villages to support the chairs now, and I think we should support them by possibly directing it away from the larger cities, which is Anchorage, Seattle, and so forth, and to the smaller village. Eesh.
Thank you, Juliana. Jan?
Sorry about that. I didn't unmute myself. I needed to comment on this. This is the property of the floor and we will decide whether or not it lives or dies. It's not in our hands to delegate it to someone else. And it's not an uncommon process for us to go on a work year to another village or city as requested by that city. If Anchorage does not want it, then we couldn't just kill the resolution by voting it down. It just means that if we are to do an in-person meeting, it would be in Juneau. That being said, again, for the new delegates, it is not uncommon for us to take this tribal assembly, because it is not a convention. It's not a general assembly. We are a tribal assembly. It is not uncommon for us to take it to Seattle, to Anchorage, to Sitka, Craig. I believe we were even in Ketchikan before. So this is not something new. We just need to decide right now, do you want to kill this resolution and just vote no, or go where maybe we're not wanted? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, as a chair, I have to agree with the comments on having resolutions, not having resolutions at the end of the tribal assemblies. We would, go by a show of hands or vote on the floor where we wanted to have the next tribal assembly. And I have to go back to Chilton's comments that this is it belongs to the floor of the tribal assembly. So we're going to deal with this one way or another. And I'm going to go ahead and take a few more comments, and we're going to take action on it. And I will say, as the resolutions chair for Clink and Haida for the years that I've served on this, I've never seen a resolution come forward in this process in order to have a tribal assembly. So I just want to make that real clear. This is new to me too. And that for the ask and the way it's being asked, and the way I see that, I don't think Anchorage was all fully informed on board when this came forward. So I just want to make that clear. So I'm going to go ahead and call on the rest of I have 600 people, and then I'm going to go ahead and we're going to take action on this. I have Gil Stokes. And then I have Ed, Pat Alexander, Stephanie Rainwater, Ella Bennett, and Paula Marino, and that will be all we're going to take, and then we're going to take action on this.
Mr. Terham, can you hear me now?
I can, sir. Thank you.
Okay. I have heard of this quite often, many months ago, that we would like to have the. I don't know how some of them have never heard of this, because when we, at grad camp, when we gave the invitation and they accepted, we started buzzing with the two. We'd like to have Central Council come up here. We are growing. We have office here now in Seattle, Sitka. We are expanding. There's no reason why we couldn't have it up here. There was a lot of us would like to have it. Some of us are against it for one reason or another. But I think it would be very beneficial for us that we become known more so than we are now, especially in Anchorage area. That was one of the reasons the invitation came out. And Central Council seems to be helping us and backing us a little bit. We need to have our own staff who are membership here in Anchorage also to run the computers and answer some of the questions. We're under the umbrella of Central Council, of course, and we don't want to do anything to offend that, but we want to be turned loose to really show what we can do and still be part of Central Council in the rest of the villages and cities and countries, in Seattle, and you know what I'm talking about, I hope. Anyway, I'll be
Yes.
quiet
Mhm.
right now, but our hearts are in the right place, or at least a lot of us are. Goodness
Okay.
gee. Thank you.
Thank you, Gil. Ed Hotch, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Figured I'd better comment on this. Because for a minute there, I thought the way that things were going is they were deterring people from applying to have it in their communities because they keep bringing up the finances. And you have to look at the cost that everybody that comes to Juneau when it's here in Juneau, from Seattle, from San Francisco, from all these communities, that's a big cost already. And to say that they can't have it in Anchorage when we're telling everybody at the beginning of this assembly that we're building offices in every community, you're going to have staff there. You're going to have to use them. Look at how we went with hardly any staff doing this Zoom meetings. We didn't have a lot of paperwork flying. Everything's on the computers. We can give everybody a computer up there and just put it on the screen so you don't have to be printing off paperwork. We got to look at how we can make things work for everybody and not say, you can't do this. To say that somebody said, we didn't know that they were going to do that. Not everybody attends every meeting. And in every meeting, most people do not all agree. So it's by a majority vote. There's hardly anybody gets 100% of votes in anything anymore. Look at Congress, they're fighting all the time, 50-50. So we have to do what's best for our people. We keep saying we're here for the people, but then you turn around and say, we can't do that. Look at ways that we can make it work. You all just got elected and you all are saying, I'm here for the people. So think of that and say, we will do what we can for our people. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ed. Pat, please, Pat Alexander.
Okay. Thank you. Rob, I'm not going to discuss the merits of having the tribal assembly here or there. I'm going to talk about the readiness of ideas to come in resolution form to the tribal assembly, because it's an egg that hasn't boiled yet. It hasn't been thought through. We don't know what the fiscal note is on it. And I don't think it should have ever come this far without having that information on it. When you're screening resolutions, it's got to be a idea that's thought out. And, you know, many of these places would be good places to have meetings, but I'm just saying, do your work before you come and present the idea so it doesn't take 2 hours to discuss it in the group. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Rainwater.
Stephanie Rainwater, Seattle. I would just like to say that I agree with Patricia Alexander, and I think we need to take into consideration the past few tribal assemblies that we've had. We've had them up in Juneau, where we've had, at the end of the assembly, we've had fundraiser for our education program that brought in a tremendous amount of money. And that came from the people in Juneau. And we also had access to Search, Alaska, and other governing bodies that would come to our convention. I want to say, most importantly, Tlingit Haida staff is there in Juneau, and you've seen how much work they have done for online. They do the same amount, if not more, once we're there in Juneau. The access to the administration, the people that we work with, see Alaska, search. We need to think about, in the big picture, where is the most successful place to have it? And the cost is important. With doing this Zoom meeting, you can see how much Clinton-Haida has saved, not Clinton-Haida has saved, but the Tribal Assembly delegates. We need to start thinking about how much this is going to cost, where the money's going to go, and what we have to offer in the other communities. Put it together in a package, say this is what we'd like to do. Who's ever going to propose that they have the convention there? But I agree with Pat. We're putting this together online today, which is taking a long time, and it will never be resolved by the end of this day. Thanks.
I was muted. I apologize. We have Ella Bennett and then Paulette Marino and then Clinton Cook and Laverne Wise, and then that's where we're going to leave the comments at. Before we go there, Ella, I would like to ask Paulette Marino to clarify her motion. Did you move the resolution, or did you move the committee recommendation that Anchorage be considered a location?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for asking for that clarification. So after listening to the Tribal Chair Will Micklin's recommendation in the conclusion of it, the motion was following the chair's recommendation for Tribal Assembly under 2/3 vote to required to adopt this resolution to host next year's assembly in Anchorage. That was the actual resolution as recommended by the committee chair. He did add in part of his discussion of speaking to committee that other communities, if they wanted to put into host, they could. However, so I hope that answers your question, since we're learning much more additional important information as we proceed that was not known before. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. So she moved the resolution, correct? That's my understanding. She moved the resolution.
So you don't have a chance to talk about it then.
So I'm gonna go ahead and recognize somebody, but I'm gonna just mute out and consult with our parliamentarian here, as I think I see some confusion here. So I just want to make sure we get this right, because we shouldn't be here, debating on this all day when, this can't go to the executive council. I'll make that very clear. And this is the property of the tribal assembly. So I'm just going to take a second to consult with our parliamentarian, maybe save us a lot of time here. So Paulette, you moved the resolution, and I believe we had a second, right? Yes, to this resolution. So
Yes,
having said
Mr.
that,
Chair.
yes, having said that, as stated many times by Mr. Micklin, who gave the report, to be adopted, this resolution must be passed by 2/3 pursuant to section 12, section 4 of the standing rules of order. So I will go ahead and take the rest of the comments, and then we're going to go ahead and act on this here. So I have, I had Ella Bennett next
Hi, Bob.
after Stephanie. So
Hi, Rob.
Ella?
Yeah,
There you
Ella.
go.
Can you hear me? Okay.
I can. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, I had a lot of comments that I think Ed, Pat spoke about them. We've had back in, I don't know how many since COVID started, I guess, we used to travel, we used to, do all kinds of things. But we wouldn't have brought it up probably if we didn't speak to the president first. Because I heard some people commenting like, how are you buying all these homes? How are you? And when he explained, what was happening, it isn't like we don't have any money, somewhere to put. And I think the person from, let's say, the Treasury or whatever, who thinks that, we need to find out how much the food's going to cost or how much the hotel will cost. It costs whether we from Juneau, want to go to Anchorage or Seattle. And it just doesn't make sense if when we think we're doing well, because of all the things that are added and such nice things that the president has reassured us of how well we're doing. And now we're saying, geez, we might not be able to afford a meal or, we'll have to give up education and everything. That concerns me too, because someday we want to be proud of ourselves. And I see all these new people coming on. I feel like, it's only going to be good. But to go around saying, no, we can't afford it, we don't want it, you guys are spending our money up. So anyway, I think with Sanderson on what he says, let's take it to the convention or all the delegates. So anyway, I'd like to just remember that as we're voting on it, because it can't only be 4 people who disagree at this point. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, I always have to hit the mute button. I apologize. Harriet, I recognized you earlier. We have some other that didn't have a chance to speak yet, to be fair, but I will call on you after we heard from those who have not spoken yet. And Paulette, I've heard from you. And so I'm going to go ahead and call on Clinton Cook and Robert Edwardson after.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just would like to make a comment. There's 102 of us online, and I'm not sure how many are delegates. Let's just put it to the vote. Thank you.
Okay, I'll finish out the rest of the people that have their hands up. Thank you, Delegate Cook. Laverne.
I took
Oh
my
no,
hand down.
excuse me, Rob Edwardson. My bad, my fault. Rob Edwardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to speak more to the process and then get to the point after that. But Anchorage followed the rules on this. There was discussion earlier about a motion being the same thing as a resolution. Well, a resolution is the same thing as a resolution. So I think Anchorage was in order submitting this. It should be put up to the vote like recommended, but one of the other things that I'm going to point out, and when this went through committee, I looked it up, there's no requirement to submit a fiscal note here or on the floor if somebody's offering their community for a tribal assembly on the floor. So the process is it gets referred to the finance committee, which it did. So all of these additional requirements are the things that I think we need to keep in mind when we're voting on it to see whether it gets a 2/3 majority or not. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I appreciate those comments, Delegate Edwardson. I'm going to go ahead and call on Jim Price and then Laverne Wise, and then we have one more elder that wants to be heard again, then we're going to go ahead and take action on this here. Because there was a motion in process that was seconded. So in order to do that, though, again, we need to have this resolution must be passed by 2/3 vote. So go ahead, Laverne. Or Jim Price, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I agree with some of the people that this would be very costly for our tribe to have this motion passed. Several years ago in Ed Thomas's reigns, he did a study, like Al Bennett said, and they passed a resolution that it was too costly for us to continue having these travel arrangements every year, every other year. So they stopped having them. And now we're going back to having these travel arrangements going into the communities. Well, I think this is too costly way to run our business, because all the business is done right here right in Juneau. I would like to move to refer this resolution back to the executive body.
Mute. Mr. Price, the Delegate Price, we do have a motion on the floor. We're just under discussion right now. So thank you for your comments. And I have Laverne Wise, and then we have and I did recognize one of our elders, Harriet, to speak after. So as the chair, I am going to recognize the last two delegates, and I was advised just now that our simply voting is set up and ready to go when we are ready to take action. So we will be using simply voting as there is a motion and a second on the floor, and it will take 2/3 of the vote to get this passed. So with that, I am going to go ahead and call on, I believe it was Laverne. Yes, Laverne?
2/3 of those present are those that had were on when we took roll this morning. Just a question.
I believe so. We did have a full quorum this morning. Yes, and right now we have 120 on, but we still have a quorum. So, is there anything else, Laverne?
No, I had asked the questions earlier. That was
Okay.
just my, thank you. Thank you for calling.
All right.
on me.
Yeah, thank you for your patience, and everybody. Really, thank you for your patience. And I was advised we still have quorum. So I'm going to go ahead and recognize Harriet for our last comment, and then we're going to go ahead and take action on this. Harriet, please. Can't hear you.
Yeah. We do have COVID, and right now, 2 months from now, we don't even know if we'd have a Zoom meeting or would we have an in-person meeting. 1 year from now, we don't know if we're still having a COVID epidemic across the United States and the world. And it is a difficult decision for these delegates to make when they have to think that it might end up to be a Zoom meeting 1 year from now. And at the same time, will the Anchorage delegation will do a lot of fundraising, because I lived in Anchorage 33 years and I helped with a lot of the conventions. I know how hard it is to fundraise, but keep in mind that with the COVID epidemic, that has to play into the, I think it has to be worded so that we consider if we still have an epidemic a year from now, then it'll go to Zoom. I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Harriet. And I'm going to go ahead and consult with our parliamentarian just for one quick minute here.
I don't know what I am.
All right. So anyway, we're just looking at our notes. So anyway, we do have a motion on the floor on the excuse me. Let me find my place here.
I'm done.
So on 2206, we do have a motion on the floor. It was made by Paulette, and it was seconded by Delegate Marino Sitka, and it was seconded by Sanderson, Keenan Sanderson of Ketchikan. And so we will be taking action on this here now. In order for this motion to pass, it takes 2/3 vote. And so our staff reminded me just now that again, simply voting will be set up. And so, but we must get to that 2/3 vote for this to pass pursuant to the section 12, section 4 of the standing rules of order. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to the people that run the simply voting. Thank you, everybody, again, for your patience. I know it's a long day, and I appreciate each and every one of you and all good comments here. We're all doing the best we can for our people we serve. Thank you. Mr. Bennett.
Yeah, you excused quite a few this afternoon to leave for appointments. So how does that affect your 2/3 votes?
Let me consult with and I should know the answer, but I want to make sure I want to get that answer correctly.
It'd be 2/3 of those voting.
I call for the question.
It would be 2/3 of those voting. And so well, I believe Mr. Yeah, the question's been called, so we are going to have to go ahead and go right to voting. So you're simply voting is it activated? But yeah, they're going to go ahead and get that all activated. So again, thank you all for your patience. I know you're tired. And
Mr. Chairman, we can't hear you.
Oh,
you talking, but we can't hear you.
I could hear you guys good.
We can hear you, Rob.
Yep.
Okay.
I can hear you.
So staff advised me they're getting simply voting ready to go because the question has been called. Again, this is on 2206, the 2023 Tribal Assembly location request, and it will, in order for it to be adopted, this resolution must pass by 2/3 vote. So I just want to make that clear. I know it sounds like a broken record, but I'm just trying to keep the peace here, and I know we're all doing the best
Rob,
for our people. So thank you. Yes,
Rob,
Juliana?
it's Julie. Yeah, I've been working the past 3 days, so you guys have just a few minutes before I have to go. So can you guys get that voting up really quick? Because it's almost 5.
Yeah, staff can hear you too. Yes. Okay.
Thank you. Goodness, Jace.
You're welcome. So I'm going to go ahead and mute out and turn this over to our elections chair. Is that where it goes? Back to Jan? No. No, it's just, this is just, we're just going to go ahead and open the ballot. And if it votes, if it goes through, it passes. If it don't, then it goes to the floor. Thank you. And they are working on it. So. It is now open. Simply voting is now open for resolution 2206. Which one do I go to here? They are posting the link in the chat. Again, they are posting the link in the chat. Link is now open. It's in the chat. So if you go in there and open it up, you can go ahead and vote now.
Mr. Chair, Rob,
Yeah, let me take one. Yes, go ahead, please.
I voted. I voted. I'm just gonna go finish up work and I'll come back and see the result.
Okay, all right.
Okay,
I'm gonna
I'll be right
gonna
back.
take a second and vote myself here. So thank you. I had to log in and vote, but again, has everybody voted?
I had IT helping me, Rob. I need just a minute.
Okay, Ben, take your time.
Thank you.
Hi, Rob. This is Mary Knutson in Yakutat. I just wanted to request to leave the meeting. I have a school function for my kid.
All right, that's very important. Thank you.
Have a good night, everyone.
Thank you for sticking it out with us this far.
Mr. Chair,
Jan, please.
it's easier if you ask if anyone has not voted. Otherwise,
Okay,
all
thank
of
you.
us could say, yeah, 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 yeah.
Okay, I appreciate your guidance. I really do. As I was advised by our grand elections Captain Jan Peel that has anybody not voted? And I understand we do have one gentleman that has not, so we're just waiting to hear back from him. And he'll let us know when he did. I believe that's Ben. So is there anybody else that has not voted? 43. All right, we're just waiting on our gentleman, Ben Cornell, to vote, and we'll get the numbers put up on the screen.
Thank you for waiting. I voted. Mr. Chair, thank you for waiting. I voted.
You'll tell him to. All right, Ben has voted, and I've been asked to go one more time. Has everybody voted? Oh, has anybody not voted? I don't think anybody's going to be as good as Jan. So has anybody not voted? That's twice, and we're going to go one more time. Give it a second. Has anybody not voted? All right, hearing that, we're going to go ahead and close this vote now, and we will wait till the tally comes up, and they will put it up on the screen and see if it passes or if it falls to the floor.
Rob?
Yes, I just muted out. I was talking to our parliamentarian.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Okay.
Is it coming? The result?
Yes, they're tabulating the results right now. Okay, we're ready. Would you please post the results? Our staff is working very hard, so thank you. Okay, so could everybody hear me? All right, I took myself. The two-thirds was not achieved, so the motion failed. Correct? Yes, that was. So the motion has failed. Okay. So again, the motion has failed, so we'll be moving on to the next resolution as advised by our staff here. And so the next resolution is 22-08 travel teacher certification, and that will be presented by Governmental Affairs Committee Chair Jackie Johnson-Peta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank the Government Affairs Committee. We have a long list. I'll do it real quickly. Daphne Albee, Yoshti Demmert, Jessica Dominy, Alvin Edenshaw, Robert Edwardson, Jerry Hope, Tasha Hotch, Michiana Hutcherson, Karen Luth Elliott, Joey Kita, Donna Ray James, Mary Marks, Karen Nathan, Robert Sanderson, Gil Stokes, Louis Wagner, and Patricia Walker. We were asked to consider the resolution. Excuse me, we were asked to consider the resolution 08. That resolution was jointly considered by Education Committee. We met jointly with Education Committee, and there was just a clarification in the now therefore be it resolved, which states now therefore be resolved, blah, 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 the Clinton Haida, but it says hereby requires a tribal teacher certification and to certify tribal citizens. We request that the assembly do pass.
All right, and that is your report,
Yes,
Madam
Mr.
Chair.
That is my
All right, thank
report.
you. So could we get a motion on tribal resolution 22-08 tribal teacher certification? And state your name and community.
Tasha Hotch, move to approve resolution 2208.
Okay, the motion
Anchorage.
for 2208 was made by Tasha Hotch, Anchorage.
Second by Albert Howard and Goon Delegate.
It was seconded by Albert Howard of Angoon. Question, somebody? Question has been called by, I believe, Delegate Micklin. All those in favor of Tribal Assembly Resolution 2208 Tribal Teacher Certification, please say aye.
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 Okay, it's just fun. It sounds everybody's saying hi. So anyway, all those opposed on 22-08. Anybody opposed? All right, the ayes have it. 22-08 tribal teacher certification has passed. So moving on to 22-09 student education support, and Education Committee Chair Joey Akita will be presenting the Education Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Sanderson, for allowing me this time on the floor. The Education Committee regarding Resolution 22-09 for student education support. We are recommending that resolution to be tabled at the request of the sponsor representative of that. And I also would like to thank my committee. My list is long, but I'll do the people that attended: Andrea Cesar, Tasha Hotch, Kathy Lawrence, Ella Knapp, Mary Marks, Angela Machard, Monaco Ortiz, Jackie Pata, and then also Becky Thompson, as well as Karen Elliott. And that's my report. Thank you. We move to table 2209, student education support.
I'm gonna leave myself on mute. You heard Chairman Kita's report, and the recommendation is to table. And the motion requires a second, and it is not debatable.
I second Jackie Pata with Plinkett, with Juneau Community Council.
Okay, and the motion was made by Chair Kita, and it was seconded by Jackie Johnson Pata of Juneau. And so
Question,
the
Paula
question,
Peterson.
Paula Peterson. And the question has been called. All those in favor of tabling 2209 student education support, please say aye.
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 I,
Aye.
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 All those opposed, 2209, please say nay. The ayes have it. 2209 has been tabled. And we have two more resolutions that,
Mr. Chair.
yeah, thank you, Mr. President, go ahead.
Yeah, President Martin's had his hand up.
Oh, okay, thank you. President Martin, I truly do apologize to you. My eyes are bouncing around the screen. So anyway, President Martin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is, who was it tabled to? Was it tabled indefinitely, or was it tabled to the Executive Council?
Indefinitely. It was tabled indefinitely is what I'm hearing from our parliamentarian.
So, so the resolution is failed then?
Yes, sir.
It's gone.
Yep.
Okay.
At the
anything
recommendation,
from the makers of the motion?
Yeah, that would, Mr. President Martin, that recommendation came from the Education Committee to table indefinitely.
And we didn't hear anything from the community that put forth the resolution.
No.
Well, we darn. Thank you.
So 2209 is tabled. So anyway, we got 2211. Excuse me. So we are now on resolution 2211, Child Care on Prince of Wales. Health and Human Services Committee Chair Laverne Wise will be presenting the report.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Jackie.
I'm sorry, I raised my hand, but my computer froze. I want to just address Bill Martin's question. Can you?
Please do, go ahead.
Yeah, so the Education Committee met and I did meet with them. They had a number of clarifying pieces. And so I believe the conversation is still happening about the education support and will still continue to happen. The resolution just needed more information about how it could be implemented.
Okay, thank you, Jackie.
Thank you, Jackie, for clarifying President Micklin's question. Much appreciated. So we are now on 2211, childcare on Prince of Wales, and it will be presented by Chair of the Health and Human Services Committee, Chair Laverne Wise.
Thank you, Rob. The Health and Human Services Committee met, and first I want to thank the delegates that stepped up and met with me. Barbara Dude, Tasha Hotch, Kara Mayer, and Celine Wadsworth. We met with Dr. Woods. Reviewed 3 resolutions, 2211. We recommended approval as amended. You need to know all the amendments. It was just sending it to with support for the development of childcare and the efforts to retain childcare on the Prince of Wales Island.
And that, yeah, that's your report, Chairwoman Wise?
That's on 11, yes.
On 11, okay, thank you. And somebody had their hand up here. So the report was presented. Could we get a motion and a second for discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Patrick, did you make the motion to accept?
I make the motion to accept resolution.
Okay.
11.
Yeah.
Okay, the motion was made by Patrick from Anchorage, and then the second was made by who? For our records, please.
Paulette Marino Sitka, I second the motion.
All right, Paulette seconded it. Okay, we're open for discussion. I'm going to go ahead and recognize, I don't know who had your hands up first, but I'm going to go ahead and call on, well, I guess Joey again. She has her hand up. And then Clinton afterwards. I see two hands as of now.
Sorry, I was on a mute. Sorry, Mr. Chair. Thank you. In regards to this in the Education Committee, we did have a lengthy discussion in regards to this because we wanted clarification. We know the importance of having childcare and the effect of it not being the childcare is being closed a week ago yesterday. In regards to that, what was the amendment? I didn't get to hear that, so if I could ask the chair, Ms. Wise, to restate the amendment. Thank you.
I'll be happy to read that. I didn't read the whole thing. It says we would add a whereas. Clinton acknowledges the need for childcare and therefore be resolved that the 87th Tribal Assembly of the Clinton Central Council of Clinton Indian Tribes of Alaska delegation convened April 20th through 22nd, 2022 hereby commits to supporting the development of childcare for the efforts to recruit and retain childcare on the Prince of Wales Island.
Thank you, Laverne, for the clarification. So we do have a motion on the floor, and I would like to, and it is seconded. I'd like to call on Delegate Cook.
Thank you, Chairman Sanderson. I just let you know that Laverne answered my question about some of the concerns I had and how the resolution was read regarding the daycare in Craig. If it was directly pointed to the Craig Child Care Center as a name of the child care center in Craig, and yes, it is closed. And yes, it is a burden on the community. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I want to.
Mr. Chair.
I believe that's Cecilia talking, right?
Yes, it is. I call for the question.
Okay, thank you. The question has been called on resolution 2211, childcare on Prince of Wales. You heard the discussion. All those in favor in support of 2211, childcare on Prince of Wales. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. All those that oppose 2211 childcare on Prince of Wales, please say nay. The motion passes. Thank you. Moving on, we have one more committee report that, and that is 2216, peaceful protest to protect the Stikine, Taku, and the Unit rivers, and that will be reported by Natural Resources Chair Keenan Sanderson. Keenan, the floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So before I get into the resolution, I just want to state for the record the composition of our committee. It's a pretty large committee and pretty diverse, representing a number of different communities, which includes myself from Ketchikan, Patricia Alexander, oh my gosh, excuse me, it's been a long day. Patricia, Alan Dick, Barbara Blake, Clinton Cook, Ben Cornell, and apologies if I mispronounce your name, Sid Edenshaw, Robert Edwardson, Patrick Barrich, Edward Hotch, Delbert Kadake, Nancy Keene, Lori Kozike, Stephanie Masterman, Mary Marino Suits, Herbert Nix, Mary Ann Rainey, Robert Sanderson Jr., Andrew Strobel, Karen Taug, Cecilia Tavero, and Louis Wagner. This was the only resolution that came before our committee. We had a pretty lengthy discussion on it. And generally the committee is, we like the concept of it, but there was a couple of things that the committee had questions of, and we couldn't get a hold of the author in time in order to make a complete decision on it. And based off of what the finance committee had said prior to our second meeting on this resolution, and our concerns with the, I guess, the logistics of everything, we think it would be best suited to be put forth to the executive council to have everything, have all the finer details hammered out so that we can make sure we have the correct intent of this proposal. So our recommendation is to, along with finance committee, to bring to the executive council.
And that is your report, Mr. Sanderson?
That is correct.
All right. So could I get a second, a motion and a second to accept the report?
Second, Will Micklin, San Francisco.
Seconded by Will Micklin, San Francisco.
Call for the question.
Question's been called. All those in favor of resolution 2216, peaceful protests to protect Stikine, Taku, and the Unit Rivers, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, 2216 peaceful protests to protect the Stikine, Taku, and the Unit Rivers, please say nay. The ayes have it. As there are some financial things that may be going along, so it will be referred to the executive committee, correct? Yes. Okay, I was just getting clarification so we didn't leave here Anyway, so we're moving on. We have been notified. You guys ready for some good news here? I was just notified by our parliamentarian and our staff that we do not have any late resolutions, so that concludes our resolutions process for the tribal assembly. And I would like to thank each and every one of you for your patience. It's been a long day and a trying day, and so grateful for each and every one of you for your understanding. And I will now go ahead and turn the chair over to President Peterson. Oh, I'm sorry. I seen Laverne has her hand up real quick.
Yes, did we do the consent calendar? Did we approve that?
Yes, we did.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, at the beginning of the tribal assembly. Thank you, Laverne. So that's our reports, and as the committee resolutions committee chair, I will now turn the chair over to TNH President Richard Peterson.
Thank you, Vice President Sanderson. Congratulations to all of you for sticking this out and seeing through our resolutions process. Really, our resolutions are approving our budget and electing officers are the real priorities of the tribe. And so we're going to go into good of the order. And before we start, I want to announce that the large community of the year is Seattle, and runner-up is Anchorage. We did not have a small community of the year any submitted, and I will now start good of the order. And I want to turn to President Emeritus Thomas, who wanted to share a few words for good of the order.
President Peterson, I want to thank you very much for this time. I just wanted to say a few words of congratulations to you and the delegates on a very successful tribal assembly. a virtual tribal assembly is sometimes confusing, but I was very pleased to see the amount of work you got done and the quality of work that was completed throughout this tribal assembly. I was really impressed with the reports of your management team as we went through the tribal assembly, both in showing the expansion in tribal businesses, but also the footprint of the tribe and its capacity in serving our people. I was elected president in 1984, some 38 years ago, and there's been a dramatic paradigm shift between those years and now. When I was elected, we were in a very much survival mode. We survived as politicians, demonstrating how we can save money, cut costs, and still keep our people in mind. Today, I watched, not just today, but throughout the week, I've watched the reports and the proposals to go out and reach out and expand the services to our people, not only out of Juneau, but throughout our communities. And that was very, very enlightening and made me feel very good. Because one of the things we had in mind over time was that we be self-sustaining. And I know that you developed the term calling it economic sovereignty, and I buy into that, particularly as I heard the methodology that is being utilized by you and your management team to bring all this about for our people. I remember when I was elected, we were spending approximately $450,000 more than we were bringing in as a tribe. And we had taken our tribal trust fund over the past previous 6 or 7 years from $7.5 million down to just a little bit under $4 million. And so our job of trying to stop the bleeding and produce some growth was very much on all of our minds. I want to switch to this year's theme of working together. When I listened to Phil Bakershank's report from Washington, D.C., I was very pleased and proud of the way you have taken our tribal name forward to work with other tribes throughout the nation, not just in Alaska or not just in Southeast, but throughout the nation, in bringing about good policies on behalf of the Indian tribes of this country. That is very important because what you did in that work, working with other tribes, not only helps us in Southeast Alaska or at the tribal level of Tlingit and Haida, but helps tribes throughout Alaska and throughout the nation. I want to start by congratulating you and the Executive Council on the election. I don't want to downplay it too much because when I listen to the youth and their presentations, their campaign speeches, read their material, I was truly impressed on the quality of the applicants for the Emerging Youth Leadership Program. And I really am comforted in seeing that these young people are not only just interested in our tribe, but interested in the policies of our people, interested in the lives of our people down at the community level, and really hope that those that did not win will not be so discouraged that they will not surface again. I would like to see the majority of those folks come back and run as a candidate for delegate. When I look at the age of these young people, they're of the age that I was when I first got elected to the Alaska Native Brotherhood Grand Camp out of Craig. And it was expected of us at that age to go and introduce ourselves and do our best to show up at meetings and learn from our elders what challenges are facing our people and try to come to grips with some of those solutions. And I can say without hesitation that these young people have the capacity to go out and make us proud and do the work that we are leaving for them to do, and in many cases do it better, as you are taking many of the things we said way back then and doing them better right now. In closing, I just want to once again congratulate you on a very successful tribal assembly, and I know that when I listen to some of the reports of the agencies, you know, the Housing Authority, See Alaska, and Search, that yes, we are in need of working together going forward. And yes, you have set the stage to do it very well. And I hope we will take that in line with our theme and work with our brothers and sisters in those other agencies, as well as state and local governments, as well as the federal government, going forward on the causes of our people. Once again, thanks for this time, and thank you for allowing me to sit in as your president emeritus. Cheesh, Atlain, Cheesh, Hawa.
Cheesh, President Emeritus Thomas, thank you for those kind words. They do lift us. I often look to you and past President Martin for advice and leadership still, and I thank you both for being involved and present still. I'll now turn to Robert Edwardson. Rob, for some reason I can't hear you.
What happened?
Yeah, I have two mute buttons, and I tend to hit them when I don't want to. No, I'd like to give credit where credit is due. I'd like to thank Lincoln Haida for asking me to do the hot kill word of the day. It was good working with the staff, recording that, and I will say that I'm not a fluent speaker. I'm a longtime learner. And because of that, I asked my sister, Skiljade Yaklanis, Linda Schrack from Ketchikan, to make sure that I was pronouncing the phrases right. So I would like to thank her for doing that. We both started our Haida language learning journey back in the 1970s with our grandparents, but she went all the way and I went out of state. So I needed her help and she was there. So I'd just like to say thank you to Linda and for all the other people who've contributed to Tribal Assembly, but aren't necessarily here at Ripples Out. The other thing I'd like to say is I took the phrases on purpose directly out of this book. And there we go. It's called Dictionary of Alaska Haida, published by SHI in 2010 and crafted by Dr. Jordan Latchler. So that's the credit that I would like to make sure that is given because it's due. And thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Jessica.
Mr. President. First and foremost, I want to say thank you to my lovely parents who are here. My mother Laverne is here, my father Roger. They actually are celebrating their 36th wedding anniversary. They celebrated that on the 20th. Like many years, they celebrate their wedding anniversary with all of us during Tribal Assembly. So I just wanted to acknowledge them and let them know how much of a role model they are for me and how they are the anchor for our entire family. And I appreciate them so very much. And I cannot thank them enough for all that they do for our community. And secondly, I would like to thank our community for your recent support for my family. As most of you might have seen via Facebook, my parents were facing a huge crisis. And with your guys' love and support and overwhelming generosity, we were able to save my parents' home. So I want to lift my hands and say to all of you for helping my parents save their home. Without you and the rest of our community, it wouldn't have been possible. So thank you so very much.
Thank you, Jessica. Louise.
Hello, President Peterson. I just wanted to thank you guys all for doing an amazing job. And I wouldn't have been able to participate if we were in person because I'm not feeling very well, but you guys did an amazing job on this. And I really want to make sure that your staff knows how important it is and how much we treasure you guys. And congratulations.
Thank you, Louise, and we're so glad to hear that your surgery went well. Jan? Jan, you're muted.
You saw my mouth moving. Couldn't you read my lips?
I could, but I was embarrassed to repeat what you were saying.
All right. I told you in public. Okay. I would like to thank staff. We made it through elections, and it did take a lot longer than we had hoped, but we did it. And this is a whole new territory for us. This is putting everything in front of 100 and some odd delegates, and who knows how many people were out there watching us. And it has to be, to a point, it's impersonal, but you have excellent staff here. They held my hand, poked and prodded me, and even picked me up in the morning. So I raised my hand to these women. We wouldn't have made it through without it. And that being said, I also want to let you guys know that our dance group is planning on coming up for celebration. And we had hoped to get all of this done before I left, but things didn't work out. I will be hosting a raffle to help pay for our hotel rooms. So expect to see pictures of stuff that we've made. I've got wool coats with designs. I have a Sea Alaska blanket. I have baby cedar hats. I have cedar baskets, and more stuff that the people are working on. So we're excited. We want to be up here. Even if we have to wear masks, we want to be here for celebration. And thank you so much. I have enjoyed being here for Tribal Assembly.
Thank you, Jan. Cecilia? Cecilia?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to thank Central Council for our swag bag. I do appreciate swag. However, I do have a suggestion. We have tribal citizens in Southeast Alaska that make the Devil's Club ointment salve, and I think we should go ahead and purchase from them rather than Canada. And that's just a suggestion, a very big one though. Thank you.
Thank you. Pat Alexander?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, President Peterson. I would like to thank your tech crew for really being there for us, having the right equipment and the right people that know how to teach it made all the difference in the world. It was a dream compared to our little tablets, you know, with our laptops. And the staff that I've worked with enrollment and elections, finance, judiciary has been top notch, couldn't be better. And it does my heart good to work with people that care so much about their people and what kind of work they're delivering to us. I'm happy to see so many young people as delegates. And I want to congratulate everyone who ran, whether they won or not. It does take a tremendous effort to make that decision. And we're lucky that we have good people that want to serve us. So thank you for your leadership, President Peterson. Thank you for the vice presidents. Congratulations to all who won. Thank you to every delegate that gives a part of their life to us so that this all can be better. You all are wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Paulette.
Thank you, President Peterson. President Peterson, through your collective leadership, you guided our canoe through troubled times. Ashlynn Emanoff, you were able to take the wisdom of our elders and the knowledge of our ancestors and work with our middle-aged generation with our talents and challenges. And you're able to inspire the next generations where they're at. You're able to meet them and inspire them to come together collectively. I think that we can feel really good as a people as we're working together across generations. But I just wanted to take a moment because I know that you're a humble man and would not accept praise just as an individual, but may humbly consider it as a true leader who collectively have brought our people through this troubled time. And we're not just surviving, we are thriving because of your dedication. So I really do support you and lift you up as our leader and humbly say, goodness sheesh to all that you lead, all of our tribal citizens and your staff, and especially the young people that are coming up and they're doing amazing things and they feel a part of the tribe. They feel like they belong. And Clain goodness sheesh.
Sheesh, how it really is a collective effort, though, and we're so blessed with such strong staff. And thank you for recognizing them, Mr. Jack.
Sheesh, I would like to thank you all and congratulate you, Mr. Peterson, for being reelected. Congratulate the Executive Council on their elections, merging leaders, judge, citizen of the year. I missed all of that because I had a doctor's appointment, but I'm back. Election committee did such a wonderful job. Jan, your patience with us was really appreciated. IT people, they just did tremendous with me because I'm not real familiar with using this this laptop, and they were patient enough to help me get on and assist my wife in doing the same thing. So I really appreciate them. Thank you. Thank you, Rayanne, for your assistance. You helped a great deal. I missed the portion where the discussion or on the site of the next tribal assembly. So could you fill me in on that, please?
The resolution failed.
Rats. Okay. I was hoping we could get out of judo since we've been here for the last 10, 12 years or whatever it is, you know. But anyhow, that's the wish of the delegation. And I want to say hello to my relatives in Seattle, brother Jim Price, fellow Wishkiton, Joey and Cher Kita, Sam Hanlon Jr. I was really hoping we could have our tribal assembly in person, and we missed the togetherness, the fellowship, or whatever, you know. And It's just, and I was hoping that we could get together in person. We probably will next year, but I was hoping we'd do it somewhere else besides Juneau. To the young lady from Seattle that was offering us the jokes, my apologies for ragging on you. They were pretty good jokes, so my apologies for giving you a bad time. With that, looking forward to next tribal assembly and seeing all our friends and relatives again. So gonna cheese Hawa to all of you. Good night.
How, Karen Elliott.
Hi, thank you, Mr. President. I want to do a great big thank you for electing my dad to be the tribal host this year. And I just really loved and appreciated that the executive council for voting him in. And also I just miss seeing everybody at tribal assemblies. So I'm hoping next year we will get to see each other again. And also to your staff is just wonderful. And, like my laptop was stolen and it was all taken care of. So, so I just, how goodness cheesh for everything. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Leona.
Goodness Cheesh, President Peterson, and congratulations on your re-election. And I would like to say your staff has worked really well, and texts were really good because there were a few times where I panicked. Right now something else is showing up on my screen, but anyway, I appreciate the way the voting went, because as Juneau delegates, we all decided that we were gonna support who we wanted to support, and then we worked with other regions, and I liked how we all worked together to elect people, and pretty happy with the ones that ran, and if you didn't get in, run again, because and is Morgan a real person? Yes. Anyway, I would like to say Kunishish for recognizing my uncle David Light. He's Gana Katie from Cluckwan, and he's known me probably ever since I was 5 years old, and he married my aunt, my mother's younger sister. So he's always been part of my life, and I appreciate Tasha nominating him and sharing good words and pictures. Right now, the family is out celebrating, having dinner in Anchorage with probably a lot of family and friends. And I told him everybody said congratulations to him and said good, kind words. And I told him that Mary said congratulations, Mary Leckenoff, and he goes, tell her I'll whisper in her ear later. So he likes to flirt a lot. And anyway, every time I see him, he always goes, you have any Eagle women? He's always teasing me, but our family teases each other quite a bit. So I appreciate, the results of this tribal assembly. It's really been very powerful to see so many young people, and then see the staff that are really moving everything. And I really appreciate Jan Peel for her work. And I would like to let her know that I would love to donate something to her fundraiser, because I do that. I like to donate some of my artwork. So if someone could give her my phone number from the staff, I appreciate it. Guneshish and Hawa. See you all next year.
Thank you, Auntie. Morgan.
Yes, it's me.
Will the real Morgan please stand up?
I've been here all along. I have to join the chorus of thank yous, Mr. President. It's clear you and your staff, EC, have done an incredible job in preparation of the last few days. The work pays off. We're doing the business of our nation virtually, and you know, the business must go on. I do hope in the future we can continue with having the option of virtual participation for those who can't make it for whatever reason. I just see this continuing. It's a good way to keep people connected who just can't be there physically for whatever reason. So I hope we can continue that. Hopefully we meet in person next year. I also wanted to thank our Seattle delegates. We had some that were helping out others. I'm looking at you, Andrew, your tech support, your elder support. I know we did have others who did that. Jessica, forgot to mention your mother's having a little something coming up for her 35 years of service. And she's retiring, so that's Laverne Wise for those of you. She's retiring after 35 years. But yeah, lots of good feelings, Mr. President. Thank you to everybody. Thank you to the delegates, and I look forward to seeing you all in person sometime soon. Now I'll go back to my position.
Thank you. Rob?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me clear my throat here. During the heat of the elections, there are some people I wanted to congratulate. So that's to you, Mr. President, congratulations on your reelection. And I'd also like to thank Tasha for putting her name in the hat and for her bid for executive council. It takes a lot to put your name out there. So I just wanted to make sure that I recognized her and the rest of the candidates that were not fortunate to make it. It's not an easy thing to do, to put your name out there. And to all of our amazing emerging leaders, good job. Very impressed. To our staff, thank you. The Ketchikan Clinton Community Council wanted to make sure that I thank your staff, Mr. President, for an amazing travel assembly held by Zoom. It almost went flawless. A few little bumps here and there, but you know, one of the best I've seen out of any organization that went by Zoom, and that's just a testimony to your staff and their professionalism. I would like to thank the other EC members, other EC candidates that put their name in. We go through this every 2 years, and you know, from what I've heard from my father, it's taken 3 years. I mean, not 3 years, 2.5 days, 3 days at one time to seat 6 vice presidents. He said it used to get pretty heavy up here in Juneau. So we've come a long ways, and so I'm grateful for that. And you know, I'm just grateful for so many things that you know, being held accountable on things that I can improve on. You know, I'm not afraid to have my feet put to the fire. That's fine. I could take it. That's it. If I need to hear things, I need to hear it, and I'm good with that. It makes me a better person, a better leader. I want to thank each and every delegate that participated in this entire travel assembly. Whether I did not get your support for EC or not, I'm going to work hard to try to get that support back. And you know, by doing the things that I mentioned earlier, is reporting out and you know, paying closer attention to things that are happening in our communities. And yeah, I'm just grateful. You know, learned a lot of things in this pandemic. Lost a brother, lost a lot of family members, and things like that. You get humbled and real quick. And you know, I don't know. I just feel grateful. I'm thankful to my community council. They're loyal. They do what they say they're going to do, and I'm very proud to be part of that group. As you know, a lot of the elders, you know, say that it's time to move over. You know, and so being the chair of Ketchikan, Clink and Haida for 15 years, I felt it was time. I didn't quite know who the next person was going to be, but we had an idea. And it turned out to be Keenan, but he's got good mentors there. Auntie Helene and Roberta and all of them will be, helping to continue mentor him along with myself. And I learned from him too. I learned from our youth, Shawan and all those guys, Tia Silva. I'm proud of each and every one of them. Eesh, Yaan, Stephanie Masterman, and the list goes on. I'm just extremely grateful. And to all the candidates that ran for emerging leader, every one of you are winners. It's like a good basketball game, it's played so well that sometimes you just don't even bother looking at the score because it was such a good game, and I think putting that community together with Shaman, and I believe at the time was in charge of helping put that together when he was an emerging leader, and everybody buying in, and with Jackie Johnson helping them along to build that commission. It's paying big dividends now. So kudos to Jackie, because I know she was involved in that too. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm grateful for your leadership. You continue to blaze the path that we have never been down before. And I need to remind you guys, we are still in a pandemic, and I'm just grateful. And so with that, Mr. Chair, I'm going to just continue to get better every day at what I do. And I think we have a good team that will, everybody brings something extremely valuable to the table on this executive council. And, and I think, I don't know what Delegate said. I think there's a few of them that's mentioned our youth. And yeah, I think, in my 22 years as a delegate, I see a big movement coming from our youth, and that could make me happier. Up at the Board of Fish, I leaned a lot on my son on a lot of the scientific stuff that we're having to deal with, Dungeness crab and this and that. And so, yeah, education pays off, and I'm not above taking consultation. I'm open to constructive criticism. Being a leader is a never-ending job. It's you continue to grow no matter what age you are. And so with that, Mr. Chair, I'm going to go ahead and zip it, and I want to just end with thanking each and every one of your staff for a hell of a convention, because they did one amazing job, and I commend you on that, because we definitely have the best staff in Southeast out of any organization that I know. So I thank you, Mr. Chair. That's my comments. And I wish you all good health and peace and just good thoughts and good things. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Tasha?
Thank you, President Peterson. Hold on just a moment. Maybe I can go next while we figure out our sound here.
Okay. Kara?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to say congratulations to the re-elected and newly elected Executive Council, yourself, the new Associate Justice, a new emerging leader. There was so many good people putting all their talents out there. It was amazing to see. Thanks to the delegates, new delegates. We had a lot of new delegates this year. And I wanted to say good job to our election chair, Jan Peel, my mother, Last year it was a little fiasco and she was a little concerned about her position. And she was thinking, gosh, maybe I'm getting outdated. And I said, no, they just need the support. So I was really happy that she got to go up there and have the proper support. I feel like it ran relatively smoothly, not many problems. I do want to say thank you to Leona Santiago for offering a donation to our raffle. We're going to be having that in May to help raise funds to pay off our trip to Celebration. And then speaking of Celebration, when I'm up there, I sure would like to tour the different buildings or just see the different changes that have happened since COVID hit and we haven't seen. It sounds like a lot of good movement up there. So maybe that can be arranged. Thank you. Hawa.
Thank you, Kara. I think I might know somebody who could probably make that happen. Right. Tasha, can I come back to you now?
Yeah. Okay. I don't hear not go now. I want to say thank you to everyone who supported me and sent me supportive text messages and things like that for my campaign. It really meant a lot. I love our people, whether you voted for me or not. I love helping our people. Some of you were really direct. I'm supporting President Peterson, and I appreciate that. And when you had questions, I was still happy to answer them. I want to see us all move forward, and we don't do that by stepping on each other, and I solidly believe that. I do have some good news. So one, if you read the resolutions on the consent agenda, there was
Did we lose her?
Is she trying to act like me?
I think she might be better at it.
I think it was for dramatic effect.
I know, I'm literally hanging on her words now. All
Yep,
right.
she's going more.
I think we'll give her a chance to come back. I'll move on and I'll come back to her. I do want to just be mindful of the time. I've had a few people message me. So if we can try to keep it as brief as we can. I know we struggle with that sometimes. Catherine?
Thank you, President Peterson. I'll try to keep it as brief as possible. Rob stole some of it already anyway. Ed said some things when we're talking about our youth, the work that we are leaving for them to do. And it's good to see that they're in, that it will be in capable hands. This is especially important to me as I look to sunset my career here as a delegate and at Tribal Assembly. And it's good to know that there are not just the people who ran for emerging leader, and I do hope that they sincerely hope that they consider running for delegates, but also that we have younger people, newer delegates sitting among us. Ketchikan, Clarence Peel, Keenan Sanderson, and Rebecca Estrin, Barbara Dude in Juneau, Michiana Hutcherson and Stephanie Masterman in Seattle, Patrick up in Anchorage, and I know I probably left off a couple, and even Christiana Edwards, our youth ambassador here in Seattle, all learning and ready to take on the job as delegate, which I will be happily handing over probably in this next term. And it just does your heart really good to know that the tribe will be in good hands. I do want to tell you that the VAWA Task Force is having a march in Juneau on May 5th. Leona Santiago is taking the lead on that one. So if you're interested in participating in that march, make sure you get in touch with her. Ketchikan is also having an MIW event in Ketchikan on May 1st, on Sunday, May 1st. So that should be a really great event as well. And to the gentleman who signed up, we will be sending you out an email because we are a working task force and then we do the work all year long. Finish, Tish. Thank you, President Peterson.
Thank you. Kathy? You're muted.
Yes, thank you, our brand new president again. I'm not going to repeat everything because everybody's been saying the things I wanted to say. I do want to congratulate the executive council and pray that they would just all work together. And I think Catherine and a couple others were mentioned team, being able to work as a team, and I really like hearing that, and expect to hear a lot of new things that are happening and will take place as they have stepped into their position and to be meeting with our president, Richard. I'm very excited about the young people. I know they mention their families and the area they're from, but when I see young people like that, I always say there are children. There are children. And you can't help but be so proud of them. And I think all of them should just be on a youth commission right now. And I want to thank everybody that did step forward. And it does take a lot to go around asking people to vote for you. So I don't know if she came back on, but I did want to say something to Tasha. Oh, there she is. I see her. Tasha, I want to thank you so much, young lady. You really put your heart into all of this. You have a very good background, a very good education. And I really feel in my heart, in my spirit, that you're going to be called into a different area. So don't look at this as not good. I think there's really good things for you on the horizon. And you're just meant to be in a place where you're just going to shine so much, and it'll have your name all over it. Thank you. Thank you, dear, for just how you carried yourself. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of everybody, but I felt especially to say this to Tasha. So with that, Cheesh to everybody, I pray that we can take this fire back to our own community councils and just continue this and be stronger than we have been before. That when we come back again, it'll be even more exciting. That it's going to keep going up. Sheesh, that's what I wanted to say. Sheesh, ho ho.
Sheesh, how for your words. I'm going to go back to Tasha.
Sorry about that. We're having Wi-Fi issues here, so I connected on my cellular data on my phone. But I did want to share, I've been working, like I've said, with the legislature here in Anchorage. And so as I was working on my resolution for us to increase jury compensation, I was also talking to them, and the House passed a budget that triples the compensation for jurors in their budget. It still needs to go to the Senate, but it had a lot of bipartisan support. And so the plan is to double it again next year. So I think that that's going to make a huge difference in folks that might normally try to get out of jury duty because they're missing work and they work somewhere that does not pay them their regular wage while they're doing jury service, because not all employers offer that. Some, you just, like FMLA, it's just job retention. So I think that that's a huge win for all of our communities, that we're having these conversations, looking at the different angles where we could have an impact. And then just a proud mom moment. I know that I've been talking about my son a lot. He's a little bit embarrassed at how much I've been talking about him, but during the pandemic, we keep, seeing a lot of our students struggling. And my son is graduating a year early. He finished school last month. He's going to walk next month. And I just couldn't be prouder of how we looked at what the challenges were and provided the support around him to do that huge leap in finishing his high school education. And we have a plan for later. And if anyone is in town and would like to come by and barbecue, I do not have a fancy grill quite like President Peterson, but always welcome to host people at my home. I love seeing people when they're in town. And just please reach out to me if you ever need anything and you're in Anchorage. I love seeing you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Eva?
I will be quick. I just wanted to take a second to say thank you to the staff and to President Peterson for thinking of all of the ways we can do this online, because this year I really would have had to miss hosting Region 5 Art Festival with like 55 students and 15 teachers and just doing really awesome work with these kids. I appreciate all of the young people who put their name forward, because those are my examples to my kids that I work with every day. I look at what they're doing and I show them, you know, this is what's possible. And so I really appreciate every single person who put their name forward to run as a emerging leader. So Ganesh Cheesh, and I have to also thank, at the persistence of my mother is one of the reasons why I'm talking right now. I'm on my third term as a delegate, and she reminded me that my great uncle was one of the first delegates on as a Klawock delegate. And so being able to fill that seat now is really meaningful. So I really thank the encouragement of people and learning from people like President Peterson all the time, and the support all the time. And I really take what one of the last ladies said. She said, our children, and how she looks at them as our children. And I really feel that. So Ganesh Cheesh for your words. Ganesh Cheesh to the staff again for everything you did. You are so appreciated. Ganesh Cheesh.
Thank you. Edward Hotch.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to take the time, since everything's done now, to congratulate you on being reelected and to congratulate the 6 new ECs that have been elected this year. And I think James Jack should be fined for telling the jokes were good, because now she's going to write us a book. And then Rob kind of threw me off because he's learning how to be an elder. I thought he would stop and talking 3 times, but he kept going. You know, they always say, don't rush and cut an elder off. Give them a chance, because they're just taking that awe moment and then they got to keep going. But I think everything went really well this year. I did not have any issues with my voting stuff, so I think I might be maybe moderate on the computer compared to some of the people that couldn't make it. But it was a good deal, and got some little guys that want to be seen. So, but overall, I think this whole thing went well. I appreciate all the ease of the stuff that we had to do on a computer. It was not that hard. You just had to pay attention. So that's what I tell these little guys all the time when I'm helping them with homework. I say, pay attention. I'm telling you everything to get to the final answer. Because if you don't pay attention, you're going to miss something. And we know that you and the executive council will do the best you can to keep leading us forward until we have our next meeting. And then when we have our next meeting, hopefully everything goes well again. So I just really appreciate everything that you guys have done. Thank you.
Sheesh. Ben?
Thank you. I'm going to echo what everybody else has already said. I want to say thank you for running, and those that didn't make it as well. It does take a lot of courage to put your name out there. Congratulations to you and the executive council and the staff. You know, when I first came in the room, I was looking, where's IT sitting and where's the food? So I sat next to Brian McHenry, and he helped me quite a bit, because that was the first time I opened this particular laptop, and he's been a great help. And I just wanted to state that he's a great guy. A couple of times I've met him. And what I do miss is those heated debates. Let's go back to Brad Fletcher days. Anyway, it made it exciting. It was dramatic, but it's fun. I'm just totally impressed with Clinton and how far under your leadership you brought this to this location today. It's just, it's huge. Unless you know where we've been, you have no idea how far we've gone. And I'm totally impressed with the emerging leaders, youth leaders. I hope that they not only become delegates, but hopefully work here at Clinton-Haida and maybe at one of those 30 states with all those various companies. They run those companies. They are our future. And I'm just totally impressed with them. And I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Andrea?
Yes, I didn't get a chance to congratulate you. That's what I wanted to do. And everybody pretty much has said everything. And I wanted to congratulate the staff. They did a fantastic job. And congratulate our new execs. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Andrew?
Thank you, Mr. President. As Morgan dubbed us a little bit earlier, the law firm of Price, Strobel, Rainwater, and Paddock would like to congratulate the staff on an excellent tribal assembly. The one comment I wanted to make is to really thank staff and the executive council for giving us the tools in our community to continue to provide to our communities. And I mean the technology in particular. Coming out of the pandemic, we are operating in such a different and more sophisticated level to organize ourselves as communities to provide herring eggs, to provide different types of services and organize ourselves as communities. And I don't think that'll ever go away now coming out of this. And so we've taken a giant leap forward as a tribe using this technology, using Zoom to organize us and to meet and have our community, different communities come together. And I just want to thank the staff and the executive council and you, Mr. President, for making that all happen, because this is a new era for Tlingit and Haida. Gunesh Cheesh, how
Cheesh, how Delbert?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to echo just what everybody else been saying all the last hour now. Is thank you to your staff and congratulations to you and the new VPs. And now that we're moving forward, I would like to see us network with the other communities, like where there's opposition for our land lists, and move forward. Let's put this to rest now. Let's get it done with there. And the other thing I want to do before I get off here is thank you for doing what you did there to hire these guys out of Prince of Wales there to bring up the herring eggs. And by the time they see all that from what you give out to everyone, that everybody will be really happy. We appreciate down in Cake there what you guys did for us, sir. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Delbert. Judy?
Yes, Mr. President, I just want to congratulate you and the rest of the executive committee and your staff for doing such a great job. Hawa.
This is the first time I ever called her Judy, I think. Auntie Judy, and I'm going to say Mom.
Mr. President, I just want to congratulate you for being reelected. I know, but many others here don't know, that you lead with your heart and soul. And I contribute that to the elders that helped raise you in Kus.een. I think that's made you the man you are, because you've heard the stories and you wanted to build a better place for your tribes. And it's not just for today, but you're working for the tribal citizens of tomorrow. And I think that the people that have put their names out to run are amazing also, because they feel the same way as they went and put their names out there. So I want to thank everybody who ran for the elections this year. Those who didn't make it, put your name in again, and those that did, congratulations. I'd like to say, you know, people don't realize how much you and your staff and your executive committee have done through this pandemic. I mean, you look at other places and they're folding because they can't make it through this pandemic. And we have not just succeeded, we've gone beyond. And I hope next year that if we do come in person, that we do take the people around to see everything, because they're going to be astonished what's been going on here. You have wonderful staff, from your janitors to your, you know, to the executive committee. They're all wonderful people. They do the work because they love it here. You have what a lot of people call the dream team, and I think that's really wonderful. And I want to also let everybody know how proud I am of all the youth. Since I've been elected for Kus.een the last 3 elections, I just can't get over seeing all these young people stepping up. It's our future, and to see the joy and the responsibilities they take to heart for running is amazing. So I just want to thank them and know that they're our future, and thank all your staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Nathan?
Well, I just want to give my congratulations to you, President Peterson, and the rest of the EC and everybody else that ran. It was absolutely amazing. And man, what an amazing tribe we have. It just really warms my heart. I'm just so grateful for all that your team did. How I just echo everybody else's words. We are a family, and we are in this together. And our days ahead are amazingly exciting. And I'm just excited for just everything that we've been doing and the progress and what you guys have been doing. It's such an amazing voyage that we get to travel together. So goodness, Eesh.
Thank you, Albert.
Thank you, President Peterson. Congratulations to all the leaders that have been elected to represent our tribal membership. This is all new to me. I've never, in anything I've done when I've been elected, I've never sat and just warmed a seat. I like to be a part of the process. So if you see somewhere I may fit into your program, you're welcome to reach out to me, as well as the vice presidents. I've been on part of the education here in Yangon. I've been a board member for Chatham School District for 6 years, and on their audit committee. That was important to me, realizing that the funds that came into our school has to reach the classroom. Made a lot of difficult decisions, so I know how to do that. But so for next year, I'd like to be on your soy sauce committee, Mr. Chairman. So wish you the best of luck, because it's for our people, and I'm volunteering for anything you see I can fit to help our people. I bring my father's words that stay with me anytime I'm elected to anything. I heard him say he wished he would have done more for our people. So every time I get elected, I bring that with me. I want to do more for our
I'm going to
people.
go online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Best of luck.
Thank you, Albert. But before I appoint you to any committee like that, we're going to have to find out how you voted in that soy sauce debate. Mary Ann, did you have some comments?
Yes, congratulations, Mr. President, and to all the vice presidents, and to everyone
that ran. And I would like to especially say thank you to your IT because they helped me tremendously throughout all the little glitches that I had. So it was very, very special to be able to participate. I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. I was just going to make a last call for comments, and Connie raised her hand. Go ahead, Connie. Connie.
Oh, yeah. I think everything's been said, and I second the motion on all of the things that have been said about the president, the council, the staff. But I have one little thing. Since I am an elder now, I should be saying elder things. And this is from a tribal leader. This is something I had heard like 30 years ago, and it kind of went into my heart. Like, yeah, that's really true. A tribal leader giving advice to his grandson. He says, you have two wolves inside of you. A mean wolf and a kind wolf. They are always fighting. The grandson said to his grandpa, which one wins, Grandpa? And Grandpa said, the one you feed. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. Harriet, you're muted. Harriet, you're still muted.
Yeah, I just like to thank everyone and congratulate you and the executive committee and all those who ran. Also, I think that the journey that we get on in life either takes us a long way or we don't make it. But I would like to thank everyone who was there for me when I lost my son, Phil Marino Jr., a year ago. And then I've lost 3 of my children, and it's hard when you're a mother. Also would like to say that my friend Bertha Karras, we just lost, and that's a big loss for the community of Sitka. She devoted her life and her husband and her family. And we are the beneficiaries. We are beneficiaries. We have our grandparents to thank, and 6 generations later, we're still involved in the A&B, A&S, and Tlingit Haida, the 6th generation. And my grandfather, Chester Worthington, James Johnson, founders of the A&B, were visionary people. They knew what they were doing and they paved the way for us. And now my children are beneficiaries working for Tlingit Haida even. I'd like to thank everyone, and I still would like to see a fundraiser for Ukraine and the homeless. But just remember that when you do a kindness to other people and you're not thinking just of what you want, it comes back to you one way or another. And that's the way that I was taught. And that's the way I try to be. Because the saying goes, is there, but for the grace of God, go I. So being able to put yourself in somebody else's place keeps you a better person. Thank you, and God bless all of you as you go home, and may next year be a better year for all of us. God bless all of you.
Thank you, Harriet. Sid?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. What I gotta say is congratulations to you on your election and congratulations to the vice presidents. Congratulations to the emerging leader. We got some good leaders coming up for our future. And also, Mr. President, good job to your staff and especially your IT department. So I got, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Sid. Are there any last comments before we close out? Well, hearing none, then I'll just say a few last words and then we'll have our prayer and adjourn. I just want to again thank our delegates for their continued faith in my leadership. I serve at your pleasure. I work for you and I work with I am part of the executive council and I'm honored to serve with them and we answer to you, the delegates, and we all answer to our citizens. And that's something I honor and hold up high. I believe we're really building something, and I think even better yet to come. I think we're going to be really celebrating some big things in the next couple of years. And so I'm excited about that. I'm excited to share with you all what we're doing and what we're doing to meet that goal, to meet our citizens where they're at. I'm so thankful in all of your comments that you recognize the staff so much. This really was a really good tribal assembly, and it's a reflection of their hard work, from the IT to all of the staff that put together presentations and, you know, work to get the computers out to all of you. And I think some of you are really right on target, where someday I think our tribal assembly is going to be a hybrid. It's going to be in person, but for those who can't be in person, they'll participate with the newer technology. But I do really look forward to when we're together again in person. There's just nothing like us gathering together, the laughter, the accountability, you know, the hard conversations and the debate. I think that we have always had a history of really working things out on the floor. And I've always believed that our delegates, our tribal assembly always gets it right. And I tell my staff that we have to have faith in what our delegates and our tribal assembly, because they always get it right. So with that, I thank you all so very much. And I'm going to turn it over for the closing prayer.
Shagao yu hut du sauch klinket hinach, yanye di na hut sati, daktain tan nyaya hut, gunas chish. My name is Nathan Lopez. My Tlingit name is Shagao. I'm Eagle Wolf, Yanye D of the Taku people of the Hit Lane, the Big House. I'm so honored to be able to say the closing prayer for this amazing tribal assembly today. We go forward together. From this moment on, we are united and we are walking the path that was laid out before us by our Creator, by our Lord. I want to speak this scripture over each one of us as delegates, as representatives in every position. It's Numbers 6:24-26. And this is what it says. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. Now let's pray and ask the Lord's blessing on our future, and that he would bless wherever we place our feet, in Jesus' name. Right now, Lord, we pray. We thank you for the opportunity to be able to serve our people, to be able to serve you. And we look to you and we pray for your guidance to help us be the voices that you created us to be, that we would not be silent, that we would share, that we would speak the things inside of our heart for the betterment of our people that we get to represent, which is such an amazing honor. So God, we pray right now, God, as we move forward together, that we would be unashamed. We pray that we would boldly stand up for what is right and what is true and what is noble and what is just. And we pray that right now in the name of Jesus, and we pray a blessing on each one of us as we go about our day, our weeks, our months, our years. And we pray all that in the mighty name of Jesus. In Jesus' name, amen. Goodness, sheesh.
Amen.
Gonna sheesh holla for that, Nathan. With that, I hereby adjourn our 87th Annual Tribal Assembly. Everybody go in peace and wellness, and we'll see you soon.
Sheesh, Mr. President.
Goodness, sheesh, Howa, everyone.
How everyone, be safe. God bless.
God bless.
Good. How
Good as cheese. Everyone have a wonderful weekend and stay healthy.